adjournment.
I'd like to call the third regular joint quarterly meeting of the Board of Directors of the Colorado River Water Conservation District. The Colorado River Water Conservation District Act, being by and through its Colorado River Water Project Enterprise to order. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
All right, take roll. Second.
Thank you.
Alden Vandenberg,
Present.
Harry Dennison, Doug Maunder,
Here.
Francie Jacober,
Here.
Gary Martinez,
Here.
Gary,
He's here.
is here. Kathy Chandler Henry,
Here.
Mark Catlin,
Here.
Mark Rober,
Here.
Mike Richard, Reeve Hazard, here. Scott McGinnis,
Here.
Sonia Chavez, here. Stan Winery, Steve Beckley, and Tom Gray.
Here.
Thank you. Did you have a forum, Mr. President? Thank you, Steve.
Shall we move to the consent agenda?
Well, with the review of the agenda and meeting objectives, I just want to confirm that staff has no additional amendments or any amendments to the agenda, but want to make sure board members have no amendments to the agenda.
Well, let's move on to the consent agenda. We need a motion to approve the consent agenda. So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
And that was a motion by Rover and a second by Dennis.
So, Mr. General Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, at this point in the board's meeting, I would recommend that the board convene into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402, 4B and E, to discuss the items listed under agenda tab 3.
So moved. Second.
Mr. Goldberg makes the motion. Chandler Henry seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
For the record, I'd state that the substance of the discussions in executive session will constitute attorney-client communications for which no further recording needs to be made. The district's meeting today, the board discussed with council and received legal advice under the items under agenda tab 3. I would note for the record that directors Hazard and Chavez were not present during the discussion of agenda item 3E, and that Bruce Walters was not present during the discussion of agenda item 3H. There were some potential items that the board thought to consider potential. I'm sorry, thank you, yes. Also, note for the record that Director Dennison was not present during the discussion of agenda item 3A. Thank you. There were a couple of items that we thought to take out for consideration following discussion in executive session, the first of which is the discussion on River District conditional water rights, the Walcott project, and I turn to Bruce Walters for that discussion.
Thank you, Peter. As discussed, we have an upcoming due diligence deadline in August for the Wolcott project's conditional water rights, those being the Wolcott pumping pipeline direct flow conditional water rights and the Wolcott reservoir conditional water right. As also discussed, the town of Gypsum has evinced an interest in acquiring additional interest in both of those rights. So along those lines, we are requesting authority to file a joint application with the town of Gypsum for a finding of reasonable diligence and to make conditional water rights absolute with respect to the integrated Wolcott project system. And we are also requesting authority to execute a partial assignment of an additional 15.39 cubic feet per second of the pumping pipeline water rights, 2,031 acre feet of the Wolcott Reservoir storage right to the town of Gypsum.
Need a motion?
Yes, please.
We need a motion from the floor, please.
So, Director Chavez?
Second. Second, Dennison, motion made by Director Chavez. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay. Mr. Council.
Thank you.
thank you. The next item concerns the recommended approval of the 2025 Taylor Park Reservoir Exchange Agreement, and staff would make a recommendation that the board approve that agreement and authorize the steps necessary to have that executed as necessary.
Move staff recommendation. Motion by Rover. Second, Chairman Henry. On this motion, we'll have in favor, opposed, and abstain. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? All those abstain.
For the record, Director Chavez and Director Hazard have abstained from that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll move on at this time to the items in the General Counsel's public report. It's an attempt to get us back on schedule, since Andy alleges that it's all my fault that we're not on schedule. I would suggest that the board take up the one proposed item for action, and that is ratification of approval of statement of opposition in the application of Wexpro and Water Division 6. I would let Bruce discuss that. And then if the board so chooses, they can discuss the other items, but we don't have action on those items, so we could catch back up.
Thanks, Peter. Direct the board's attention to, I believe it's page 139 of the public report, item J, relating to case number 25 CW 3009. That is a case filed in Water Division 6 by Wexpro Company. It's an incorporated Wyoming company. The River District filed a statement of opposition in that case last month. Wexpro, by its application, is requesting a decree to approve a new conditional groundwater right and storage water right, in addition to the ability to have the right to divert, carry, or transport water available under those new water rights into the state of Wyoming for subsequent use. This is a bit of a different type of application, given that it is for water existing within the state of Colorado, but intended for use outside of the state. Under pertinent Colorado law, no person or entity is allowed to divert, carry, or transport any surface or groundwater from the state of Colorado for use in another state without obtaining legal authorization for that use. That can come in a variety of different flavors. At times it can be state engineer approval. At times it can require an application in water courts, or if it's a groundwater right within a designated basin, approval from the Groundwater Commission. In this instance, the requested conditional storage and groundwater rights must be approved through the water court process. And the requirements that it must meet for that use is laid out subparts 2 and 3 of section 3781-101. The reason or the rationale for the River District's getting into this case is Obviously, it's export of water from Division 6 within our boundaries for use in the state of Wyoming. Given the sort of odd nature of the request and the statutory framework, we thought from a monitoring standpoint, it would make sense to get into the case to see or to ensure that the requirements of statute are met. I would point out that only one other opposer has entered into the case. That would be the state of Colorado through the Attorney General's office. Happy to answer any questions, but as Peter mentioned earlier, we are asking for ratification of that statement of opposition in case 25 CW 3009.
Mr. Wonder?
So, this kind of came out of the blue. We didn't see, heard anything about this, nothing, so, I mean, you guys the same way?
Yeah, we had flagged it in our routine resume review, which we do for all 7 water court divisions in the state. It popped out as something that's obviously not something we see very frequently. I had a conversation with the division engineer with Division Engineer Light about this case some months ago at the CWCB meeting. She also indicated that there was interest at the state level for the application. So yeah, I mean, given all of that and just the weird nature of it, we thought it would be worthwhile getting involved.
Well, no, I appreciate you getting involved, because, yeah, we need to get involved in this. I mean, especially with the discussions and the deliberation that we're having with the compact and all of those things, and transferring water across our Colorado water back in Wyoming and the rest. So no, I just caught a little bit off guard here that it's like, wow, what the heck? So.
And there is obviously, I should have mentioned this earlier, Director Monger, there is that nexus to the interstate level. Article 11, the Upper Colorado River Compact 48, does require that there be some type of apportionment for consumptive use. In this case, I believe it would be related to the Little Snake River credits. We would also want to ensure that those requirements are also being met in addition to what is required at the state level.
So Mr. Chair, I would move staff recommendation.
Okay, Wonder makes a motion, sir. In 1 second.
Ray second.
So, I was looking away from it, sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the other items that are on your agenda are all informational. There's a discussion of the State of Colorado, the United States case on page 138 of your board packet. That's the Gross Reservoir Enlargement case. There's the discussion on page 140 of the packet about the Seven County versus Eagle County case. That is the called the Uinta case at the Eagle Railway. And there's also a discussion on short discussion on the Wolford Mountain Reservoir litigation on page 135, but Andy is going to be discussing that as well in his public report, and we don't have any action items associated with those matters, so unless the board has questions or wishes to discuss that or anything else in the general counsel public report, I think we can conclude the general counsel report.
Mr. Wonder?
So, Mr. Chair, weren't we gonna have some public acknowledgement of the,
That's come.
oh, okay. Great, thank you.
The next item on the agenda would be any public comment in regards to what we just dealt with. Anyone in the public who has comments?
There could be other items.
Well, it could be on other items, wherever the public would like to comment, and certainly encourage you to make a comment.
See no one online raising their hand or otherwise turning their camera on. Mr. President. Here's no one in the room.
All right. The next item on our agenda is the proposed adoption of the 2025 strategic plan.
As soon as our council moves off the
Well, they,
staff table.
yes, there, I think they want to.
There was cousins. I think they want to discuss the strategic plan.
You're right, yeah, let's go right ahead.
All right, good afternoon to the board. This is an action item where we are recommending the final adoption of the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan. You do have in your packet a brief memo that starts on page 258, and you also have two separate versions of the strategic plan. One, a red line version of some final edits that we incorporated after our discussion in April, and then you have a final draft, clean copy for review as well. So we are excited to bring this to you today. It's been a year-long effort of working with our consultant starting in July of last year. So to set the stage, I just want to go over the background and purpose. So in addition to our mission and the River District policies, we have been using a strategic plan as guidance since 2013. It was first revised in 2017 and 2018. We received authority last April in 2024 to undergo a revision of the strategic plan, in large part due to multiple factors, one of which was the addition of the community funding partnership after ballot question 7A passed in 2020. We have certainly been in a period of additional hydrologic uncertainty, additional pressures from a hotter and drier future. We've also had quite a few additions of new staff after waves of staff retirements, restructuring of existing teams. So for many reasons, we brought those discussions to the board to revisit and revise our strategic plan. And we have many hopes for this plan, many reasons why we feel it's important to continue to have a strategic plan, provide guidance to River District staff, and be direction from the board to help us achieve long-term goals, help us align resources as a staff, help us incorporate better decision-making as a staff, and bring items to the board for discussion. It helps us stay on the forefront of identifying opportunities and threats, and allows us an opportunity to continue to revisit this plan, continue to look for ways to monitor and adapt. And for those reasons is why we have embarked on this process over the last year. So Audrey's going to give you a quick reminder of all of the steps and input processes that we've taken to get to today.
Yes, so we have certainly taken this opportunity to hear feedback and input from our staff and our board through a variety of workshops. As Amy mentioned, we've been working on this for over a year now. In August of last year, the consultant team conducted one-on-one interviews with each of the directors, conducted a survey to receive input from the board and staff on some of the major issues that we were facing and the priorities. And then that helped inform a retreat that we did in October of 2024, and where that was really an aim to try to hone in on what those top priorities were. We came out of that session with 5 focus areas, and the staff went back to work on those to refine those, come up with some long-term outcomes, further define the initiatives and the strategic goals. And through that work, we decided that advocacy and partnerships were really more how to do the work that we did. And so we incorporated those into 3 focus areas, and all while protecting core services that were presented to our board in January of 2025. At that meeting, the board took on the hard task of trying to prioritize the strategic initiatives under each focus area. And so really at that time, it was a further refinement to come up with our top 3 strategic initiatives that we would work towards over the next 5 years. In April, we presented a draft plan to you all, and we received some good feedback on the on the strategic initiatives and on some of the long-term goals. And then over the last couple of months, staff have been working on incorporating the feedback from you all and just a couple of other minor edits. And we have the final draft plan to present to you today. And so as Amy mentioned, we included those red lines in your packet so you could see where the feedback was incorporated into the plan. And we don't anticipate going through each of those today, but are certainly happy to answer questions if there are any. So the structure of the plan, we have, the first section is really the introduction and foundational work, which is sort of setting the stage, helping a reader understand who the River District is, the critical issues that we face, our priorities, and the role that we play. And then the foundational work, this strategic plan is not meant to replace the important work that we do, but is meant to enhance and focus. And so we included a foundational work section to really highlight the important day-to-day mission-driven work that we're going to continue to do in conjunction with the new initiatives. And then, so there's, highlighting each of the departments and the elements of the work that we do, and then it moves into the strategic focus areas.
So like Audrey mentioned, the structure of this plan is different than plans of the past, that it is more action-oriented, where we have initiatives and goals and a set of tactics that lay out achievements that we want to make and progress we want to make over those 5 years. So it's more intentional direction around 4 focus areas. The three main ones being community protection, trusted resource, recognized leader on Colorado River matters, all while protecting our core services. And so to go into those in a little more depth, the community protection focus area is really looking at how we can protect and enhance the water security at a community level. So looking at the Shoshone Water Rights Preservation effort as an example, that is not achievable to completely replicate, but what we can replicate is that mindset of how do we work with our communities and core basins of the River District to identify projects that have community buy-in, local support, that the River District can help advance for long-term water security. For trusted resource, it's really looking at how the River District's data and analyses and our communication efforts can be the go-to resource for our constituents, our policymakers, our elected officials, so that the River District acts as a trusted resource and our information is an important lens and a place where people go to understand decision-making related to the Colorado River for West Slope water interests. To continue to be a recognized leader on Colorado River matters is another focus area where we want to remain a leader on Colorado River system matters. That component in the strategic plan has both an interstate focus, where we want to ensure that we advocate for federal programs, operational guidelines that reduce the risk to West Slope communities and protect West Slope communities. It also has an intrastate focus area that looks at, to the extent that conservation programs are developed in Colorado and in the Upper Basin, that we ensure that there are enforceable protections where there is not disproportionate harm to West Slope communities. And again, this is all wrapped around our core services, that we have to continue to maintain our staff resources, continue to look at our organizational capacity, our fiscal sustainability, and it also continued and foundational work related to the safe and efficient operation of River District-owned assets and our infrastructure. So that's the heart of the plan that, again, still aligns with the need to continue our foundational mission-driven work. We wanted to include a slide. I know we've gotten questions of how are we going to remain accountable? How are we going to implement this? And what is the board's role going forward? We're still having those conversations and making sure that we can support our staff capacity. We have a staff of 25 that works incredibly hard every day to move our mission forward. But how we anticipate this to work is that we will continue to convene staff work groups. That structure was essential to developing this plan, developing more information and tactics related to those focus areas. We do expect that structure to continue And in the first 3 to 6 months of this plan, so again, it's a 5-year timeframe, we want to take a look at how can we review how our existing efforts advance and inform the tactics identified in the plan. There's certainly a lot of overlap of existing efforts across staff, and look at developing achievable and actionable year 1 targets. If we're trying to move this plan forward across a time span of 5 years, what does the first year look like so we can stay accountable and make sure that we are on a path to success. The way that will look in terms of board updates is we're here in July recommending the adoption of the plan. We would expect an annual cycle where we'll provide brief updates in January, April, and October with a more in-depth update in July. So we can have a good back and forth discussion with the board of how is this strategic plan serving us? Are we making progress? Is it still current and able to be adaptable to a landscape that, of course, will continue to shift and evolve as things go forward? So that's the cycle of bringing this conversation back to the board and an initial structure on implementation. And so I think with that, I do want to reference just some acknowledgements in the plan. This took a lot of work across every staff member. Audrey and I have been moving this forward, but we have really relied on Andy and Peter on the leadership team. We relied on numerous staff members to help us lead these work groups, and certainly relied on our consultants led by Jacob Bornstein and Civic Consulting Collaborative. So we do want to just extend a huge thank you to the full staff, to our consultants, and certainly to the board for all of your engagement to get us this far. So with that, our staff recommendation is that the board approve and adopt the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan. And Audrey and I are certainly available to answer any questions and hear feedback from the board.
Make a motion to
I have a question.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Well, I brought this up in the past, I'm just a little uneasy with our focus area number 2, the trusted resource. And when you look at that document, we talk about alignment with the River District mission and policies. That's regarding our federal and state legislative presence, which I completely agree with. What I'm concerned about is, first of all, utilized by our constituents. Not all of our constituents in our area agree with what we're doing. They don't agree with water storage, some of them think the agricultural water ought to be shipped in more to municipalities and so on and so forth. I'm just a little uneasy that we're kind of neutralizing our position, which is our mission, and kind of moving into the central, kind of the middleman position, kind of the mediator position. And we're going to provide information to people that may bring lawsuits against us, that we're going to be their trusted resource to do their research and things. So I'm wondering what our guardrails are for discretionary, who we're going to work with and who we're not going to work with. As many of you know, I have a problem when we partner up with some of the very groups that have never agreed with water storage and the history and so on. And so help me out a little bit, because I do like the language we have in the state and federal, where we say alignment with River District mission policies. I feel much more comfortable if we were trusted resource in alignment with River District mission and policies. You know, that kind of puts a guardrail on.
Director McGinnis, I think I appreciate that point, and I think in my mind, the guardrails are the River District mission and policies, that is a foundation to this plan. That does not change. I know you'll see in the red line, we did try to take some of that feedback we heard in April to ensure that we added those guardrails of mission aligned, making sure that our mission and policies are at the forefront. So I think that's what I can offer initially, that from our perspective, staying true to our mission, our policies is at the forefront of this plan, and this plan will not provide a pathway to deviate from that.
And I agree with that. I just would, trusted resource, or would we, in the future, when we describe what we have available, make sure they're aware it's at our discretion. And number 2, that it's got to be, that it's, matches our alignment with the River District mission and policies, which you don't pull that from the title. It's hard to pull that from the recognized long-term outcome. We just want to be cautious about that, because we think everybody loves us, but they don't. And, but they'll sure utilize the resources we have to make sure we're not having campers. Thank you.
Director Chavez?
Did you have something related to that?
I didn't know that you
Oh, okay.
were, he was pointing.
I guess my comment was in focus area two, under, the tactics. We have the water center partnerships in there. Well, I understand that that was a CFP project that we did approve, and that it was kind of my understanding that this would kind of be a pilot, something that we'd explore for the next 3 years. I'm not sure that some of the water center partnerships have the ability to collect the data that we need with the rigor, the scientific rigor that we might require, or have students who can do that at this time. And so I don't remember, I kind of feel like it was put in there, but not really discussed further as a core tactic that we would use. And I just wanted to note that. I think sometimes there might be other entities that have better technical ability to carry out some of the detailed risk studies and stuff that we do versus a water center.
Can I speak to that? I agree, Director Chavez, with that at times not any water center, and at times maybe some water centers are appropriate partners, and I think there's going to have to be some discretion by the board and staff in picking the right partnerships there. I do think we get into the support, CFP support of research and then the data acquisition and development. I look at those two as where our other partnerships with USGS and others. I think it's really critical that we help develop and maintain accurate data for Westlake water uses and water facts. I think that we are aided frequently in some of this work, obviously, we do on our own with, and I say our own, it's really in partnership with the roundtables or with local conservancy districts, where we're doing our risk study work and that kind of stuff. We're developing that body of data and information. And so I think water centers is one finger of potential. I can assure you that not every academic water center would be appropriate for us to be part of it, so, if that makes sense.
And maybe, just to add on that one, we did add that tactic B, the data acquisition and development, to make sure that it was clear that one of the items that we may do to implement the strategic plan is additional data collection efforts and technical studies to highlight the partnerships outside of that. We're not just looking for the water center partnerships to do this data collection for us, but we certainly will be driving and developing the appropriate research and studies needed.
Mr. Dennison?
Thank you, and it really touched on what I wanted to bring up. I didn't see this as exclusionary of other partnerships or other opportunity to bring in data. And thinking about the entire document, there were little things that I may take issue with, but I think on the whole, the revised version is a much better product and is flexible enough to outline our strategic goals for the next 5 years. So I appreciate the effort. We could wordsmith it to death and we could get down in the weeds, but I think to do our best to find the right data and be a good advocate for all the multiple needs, and we thought we were basically this provides a pretty darn good framework, so appreciate the revisions.
Director Chairman?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the, how you included specific examples in the foundational work. I thought that was really helpful for somebody even who's familiar with the rubric district but might not be familiar with that foundational work. I think that was really a smart thing to put in there and really helpful to the document. I think it maybe helps Scott with some of your, with some of your concerns to make it clear that the work we do is focused on river district goals and priorities, and that my reading of focus area two is that the data and resources and information we have are what everybody should use when they're trying to do their reports and recommendations, because our data is reliable and trusted. We may not agree with what they come out of with that, but if they're using that as a basis, I think we're a lot stronger. And then my other comment was, I think the conclusion is really strong. I mean, makes you feel proud to be on the river district, and it really, I mean, it really delivers a good punch. Here's what we do, here's what we're doing for the whole state of Colorado and Planet State. I think it's a great document.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to thank you guys. I think you did an amazing job pulling all of our input together over the last almost a year. And the presentation is spectacular. Thank you very much.
Any other comments from the board?
Are you ready for a motion now then, or?
I think so.
I'd move to approve and adopt the 2025-2030 strategic plan.
Motion made by Dennison, second.
Longer second?
Longer second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
I just want to take a moment real quickly to thank Amy and Audrey. This was a thankless task at times. They not only had to get heard cast here at the board level, but occasionally Peter and I would go rogue on them and object to certain things that they were doing, the processes they were doing. They reminded myself and Peter very kindly most of the time that we were out of line. And they did a great job doing it, and they really, an amazing lift. And I think part of what I'm excited about is, I mean, I think it's probably not a secret. I'm not a big fan of planning processes. They take a long time, and oftentimes they just sit on the shelf afterwards. And I feel like with the leadership of Amy and Audrey, we have a document that is extremely action-oriented, and the staff has been meeting to already to start implementing this. And I think it's a way in which we can better serve our communities, and by serving them, make sure they understand what the River District's mission is and why we're even here. And it's kind of a cyclical thing where we become stronger by working closer with our constituents on a real guided process. And I think this will serve us well in the next 5 years. So thank you, Amy and Audrey.
Thank you.
And the rest of the staff. We are on to general manager's report. And Peter, I want to thank you for early covering the general manager's report. So I get extra time.
Oh, I will. We're on time, right?
Yeah, I know. The items, the first item in there is the Colorado River Interstate intrastate update. I think the board is aware of much of what's in my report already. You know, the states have still not come to a consensus with respect to the operating guidelines of Powell and Meade. Remember in that process, and I think it's sometimes hard to remember this in reading the press and talking to people, all this negotiation and discussion is about what are the guidelines going to be to operate Powell and Meade in a conjunctive manner. How do they operate? Those two reservoirs, the way they operate, have big ramifications both up and down river from them. But it's really a process set out by the 1968 Colorado Basin Projects Act that says that they must be operated in a coordinated fashion. And that the Secretary of Interior must have guidelines to do so. And so this is a secretarial action at its core. It is one that Secretary Bergen can and might have to decide all on his own and issue the next set of guidelines. As I think you're aware, the previous secretaries of the Interior have encouraged the 7 states to kind of lead the way through a consensus. I would say not because they really like the 7 states, but because if they get the 7 states on board, they think there's less of a chance of a lawsuit under NEPA, having some success, some challenge to these guidelines. And this secretary is no different. Through the acting assistant secretary, Scott Cameron, the secretary has spoken pretty clearly to both the upper and lower basin that they're giving the states as much time as they can. Sometime towards the end of the year, they're going to potentially cut the states off, although there's a little wishy-washy statements. They're asking the states to come up with some consensus by then. But repeatedly, Scott Cameron has said, look, if you're not capable of reaching an agreement, the secretary will do it. And he has very clearly said, look, this administration is not afraid of litigation. You should be aware of that. We'll pass the guidelines, we'll go through the litigation, and we'll keep the guidelines in place. And so it's a good reminder that it matters what is discussed by the 7 states, and hopefully they will come to a consensus, because I do think that's a better way to operate. The discussions are all occurring in private, in confidential settings, but they have come out of those confidential settings and made some statements lately and some comments publicly that look, they're looking at this from a different perspective right now, kind of trying to create a supply-based guideline system where the upper basin and lower basin each get a percentage of the natural flow. So most people in this room, when we talk about what the percentage of the natural flow is, would say, well, that's 50%, right? Because that's what the compact says. Is on the main stem, we each got 7.5 million acre feet a year, subject to some terms and conditions in that compact. It is that, but if the river doesn't produce 7.5 million acre feet, the question is what's the correct split? And how is it determined? And right now we're on a reactive, demand-driven operational guidelines. If you flip it over to a supply-based system that takes into account the 3 to 5 most recent years, and you split it up by some percentage that's fair and reflective of the intent of the compact, that may work better because it may force everybody within the system to live within the actual hydraulic. So you have a 15 million acre foot river, and well, actually, you probably have to have a 16.5 million acre foot river for Mexico to get their 1.5 million, for the lower basin to get their 7.5, and the upper basin to get their 7. That'd be great if we had the 16.5 million acre foot river. For the first 90 years, we had about a 15 million acre foot river average. For the last 5 years, we've had about a 12.5 million acre foot river. In the last 3 years, we've had an 11.5 million acre foot river. As I mentioned in my memo, climate scientists are saying you should expect a 10 million acre foot river for the foreseeable future, or in the foreseeable. Not everybody agrees with those scientific prognostications. I will say they have a pretty good track record in terms of predicting where that flow of the river is going. This year is a perfect example, and you'll hear from our engineering staff on the hydrology report here in a little bit, but you've all lived it. All of the forecasters are predicting a pretty reasonable runoff. And what we've gotten is this miserable situation where everybody overshot, it drained some reservoirs, they're not filling back up. It's kind of across the board, much worse than anticipated, including in Lake Powell. And so really trying to figure this stuff out matters to how we operate. There's no agreement among the states right now. Their discussions have in large part stalled out again on this supply side discussion. We're hopeful that it will continue. But as I think I say in the memo, our understanding is that the lower basin is looking at the lion's share of the natural flow and saying they should have it, very large percentage numbers. It's not an agreement that our state can live with, right? It's not an agreement that the other upper basin states could live with if the numbers were too high on the lower basin side. And so it's hard to think about it, but if we have some reasons that we should agree to compromise and reach an agreement. The non-depletion obligation contained in the compact may or may not be interpreted as a delivery obligation by the Supreme Court. Certainly the lower basin thinks it's a delivery obligation of 75 million over 10, and we get the leftovers, whatever that may be, the crumbs. If it's a 10 million acre foot river and we get the leftovers after the lower basin takes their 7.5 and Mexico gets half of their obligation, we're not getting anywhere close to what we've been using over the last 70 years. So we have a lot to lose if we push this thing to the Supreme Court if we don't win that argument. And I don't think there's any lawyer who would guarantee you that we're going to win that argument. I wouldn't say that the lower basin is going to win that argument either. There's risk on their side. There's this whole question about how much water they're using in the tributaries. I point that out in here. It's a huge risk for the lower basin, particularly for the state of Arizona. There's the compact, history of the compact shows that the extra 1 million acre feet allocated to the lower basin was intended to come out of the tributaries. They're using close to 2.8 million acre feet, consuming 2.8 million acre feet a year in the tributaries, most of that in Arizona. That is water that they are very dependent upon in the Salt and Verde, the Gila River system. They have a lot to lose if that cracks open through litigation. So there are good reasons for everybody to compromise in there. Whether they do or not is a it's a crystal ball at this point. I would say just to bring it home a little bit, what is still in the discussion, whether you're talking about demand-driven or supply-driven system or guidelines, is some form of conserved consumptive use program in the state of Colorado. We've talked a lot about that at this board. We've done a lot of work on it as a district. If the upper basin conserved consumptive use program, where water users are voluntarily reducing their consumptive use, ideally in exchange for compensation, if that program is implemented without the proper guidelines, the one thing that System Conservation Pilot Program has shown really clearly is that without proper sideboards, all of that water is coming off the west slope. And if it has to scale up to the point where our upper basin states have put on the table, which is up to 200,000 acre feet a year, and our state is expected to produce close to 52% of that water into a conserved consumptive use pool down in Powell, that's a tremendous amount of acreage that would have to be dried up in western Colorado. And it's why this district continues to say we can't have a program like that unless our state first straightens out within our state how that program would be implemented and run. It's an important conversation to have. It's one that staff and attorneys are having with the state and with other interested parties within the state. To date, the System Conservation Pilot Project, I think Peter reported earlier that was, well, I don't know if he did. I will report that the System Conservation Pilot Project Continuation Act was passed through the Senate. It will enable another year in 2026 of system conservation funded by federal money if it passes the House and is signed by the President. It's it would be a great opportunity for our state to implement in a way that actually tried to balance where the water comes from. We'd love to see our state actually try to do that. But to date, we haven't seen that. So we're working with the state. Can't say we're getting a lot of traction right now. But I can tell you that the state of Wyoming, which has far fewer state employees and attorneys, is engaging with their shareholders to figure out a way in which that conserved consumptive use program could operate in Wyoming. The state of Utah is doing the same thing. Our state should be leading that process, not lagging that process. And so we'd really like to see that front and center in discussions with our state's water conservation board and the interstate unit at the Attorney General's office. We're hopeful that that will happen. We're continuing to work on it. It really does have, I think, of all the issues out there, that one is a potential real issue. And it's the distribution of where the water comes from. It's the number of years that you fallow that may or may not become a permanent buy and dry situation. It's the really interesting one to me these days is that we're still talking about a conserved consumptive use program, and yet, in case anybody didn't notice, the tap of federal money has been not just turned to a trickle, but turned off. So where would that money come from, right? Under the previous administration, there were billions of dollars funded into the Colorado River drought programs. Under the current administration, those monies have been pulled back. We shouldn't expect that money to be forthcoming. I can tell you, the assistant secretary has said he doesn't, or acting assistant secretary doesn't expect that money to come from the feds. The state of Utah is funding their own program, pilot program right now. Our state already has huge budget problems, and the idea that they would fund this is unrealistic from a budgetary perspective, but it's also it shows if we fund it with tax dollars in our state that come from the areas that are then dried up, the economic impact is really significant because it isn't an additive of value as if you were selling crops outside of your region and getting the cash to come in and circulate within your economy. So we would lose significant economic output in the agricultural sector, which would translate into real issues on Main Street in most of our communities in western Colorado. And so these issues are really complex ones that we're trying to stay on top of and trying to provide some leadership on. With your help, we have some good suggested guidelines, and we will continue to work through those. I just want to stop there and see if there are questions or comments about the interstate situation and or the conserved consumptive use programs.
Mr. Vandenberg?
Is it just my perception, and I'm not gonna pick on, well, I'm gonna pick on the lower state, Little Grace Estates here in a minute, but California reservoirs always seem to be relatively full, meaning they're 75% plus filled on the average. But yet, two reservoirs are consistently at crisis. And with all these conversations, I don't ever hear, and maybe it's in the past, but I continue not to hear why California continues to pull so hard on Powell and Meade, extenuating the crisis there, while their other reservoirs continue to be rather full. And that doesn't include their injected groundwater, artificially recharged groundwater resources that they have. And they have an ocean sitting on their other side. Am I missing a part of the conversation, or has that happened and it's moved on? Now Arizona's in a little bit different situation. I see where their reservoirs are in crisis level across their state. Nevada, they don't have a whole lot to pull from. But you've got one state that is pretty water fat in context on what their needs are, and I just don't ever hear anything to why California doesn't rely more upon their own 200 million acre feet of storage that's brought into their state annually due to precipitation.
I think those are good points. I would say there have been years where we've seen Southern California pull harder on the Colorado River than maybe we think it should, but if you go back to last year, they had a very good water supply in the Sierras, and they actually did use far less water in Southern California from the Colorado River than they had entitled to. They actually banked a bunch of water up in the Meade last year. And they pulled from their Sierra system. They have constraints on the Sierra system, which I do think need to be addressed, that have to do with the Delta smelt and the ability to move water from the Sacramento Bay Area down through the Central Valley. And I think there are some issues there. I also think that they have actually, in the Central Valley and in some of the other areas in the state, in California, they have pulled really hard on the groundwater to the point where they've had incredible subsidence of their ground and actually loss of groundwater storage capability because they've had the ground collapse. There was a recent report that as much as we think, often point out that the lower basin has used more than the river has provided over the last 30 years, they are also draining their groundwater faster than the upper basin. They have been pulling on their groundwater and really dropping it. Now, the one place where they've been adding groundwater is over in Arizona, which of course contributed to the collapse of Lake Mead by pulling water out because they felt like they were the last there because they're junior in the Central Arizona project. They banked a bunch of water in the ground and therefore contributed to the crisis in Mead and Powell. They have groundwater now in Arizona. The question is whether they'll be able to pull all of it back out, right? And so they have some issues, but in general, they're not just depleting the Colorado River surface water, they're also depleting the groundwater. So,
But when I look at the historical trends on many of their reservoirs, and their trend is pretty favorable. Where you look at the historical trend of the two reservoirs that we keep talking about, that's pretty dismal.
True. Yeah, I think that's true. Cumulatively, they have quite a bit of storage in their reservoir, their state systems in California, but they don't have any reservoirs that compare to the size of Colorado Mead. So it is a little different.
They've got quite a few that are 2+ million acre feet.
Correct, bigger than we have here.
Substantially. And so they're not living at the win-win with Mother Nature as much as we are. And I'm not saying they're over-consumptive, even though on one system they are. But I can't help but always perceive that it's a condition crisis that is institutionally there while they're banking within their state borders using everybody else's stuff rather than their own. And I continue to see that. Because that's the way that system seems to work, is they've got the majority of the votes, the influence, they've got the power, and everything's a crisis when you look at what's going on politically within that state.
I hear
I just had a question, not so much on SCPC, but on the interstate negotiations, and is there a process in the state of Colorado to ratify negotiations that are agreed upon by the Upper Colorado and the Lower Colorado? I mean, what happens if those states come to agreement? Does the rest of the state of Colorado weigh in and say, yeah, it's good, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, we don't, in Arizona, there's a more formal process where the state legislature steps in and has to approve most of those interstate guideline agreements. In our state, we really don't have that. There's an executive power at this point in time. And so the executive branch is representative to Commissioner Mitchell, and her team would have the ability to sign off on these things.
I've got a question. How effective and efficient is our negotiating team in the upper basin?
That's a good question.
Yeah, well, we don't have any results yet to determine that, I would say. So I'd say we're
that's a tricky question.
And to ask that question in a different way, are we getting any input into some of those discussions? Are we being asked what the Colorado River District thinks? I mean, we're right in it. They're negotiating for us more or less, but we're still sitting out here in the dark figuring out, well, maybe, we don't know. Is there, is it time for us to push a little harder? I don't want to insinuate that I think we're being taken advantage of, but it seems to me that as we get closer to that deadline, we should know something about what our constituents are gonna be faced with if this goes down the way it looks like it could.
Well, I can tell you that Peter and I are advisors to the commissioner, and we do speak with her on a fairly regular basis, providing the perspective of the river district. I would say, however, happy to bring and invite the commissioner to the next quarterly meeting, and maybe even in if we have time in our September budget meeting, rather than our quarterly meeting, because that's sooner. And I think it would be appropriate. Peter, you have any thoughts on that?
I'd just add, our normal September budget meeting is
It's
actually
not
going to be early October this year.
Good point.
Would also add that, yeah, we do speak with the commissioner and your team at the Water Conservation Board pretty regularly, and get updates and provide input to the extent we can, and they're receptive to hear what input we have. Would we like to have more input? Would we like to have more sway? Well, who wouldn't, of course, right? Also say that the state's Commissioner Mitchell has been asked to take some tough positions in this process from the Colorado water users as a whole, not just the river district, but all Colorado water users that have put Colorado at the sort of the forefront of the difficult part of the negotiations. And it's not an easy task.
Well, but I guess we talk about our neighboring states are in the process of trying to figure out what it's gonna look like for their constituents as this train wreck comes towards us. But we're still leading from the back. And is there something that we can do as a board or as individuals or whatever to ramp up some for the state of Colorado? Because if we get behind the 8 ball or behind the wheel on this, we end up getting what's left rather than us in a position of, look, 51.75% of that river is supposed to be ours. But we're not acting like that. We're acting like, well, we'll take whatever we kind of get. Well, and that says to the lower basin that their ag is more important than ours. I don't agree.
Yeah, I would say, similar to what Peter said, I do think that our commissioner has taken a pretty hard stance on, and received quite a bit of criticism from both the lower basin and some other interested parties in negotiations or discussions about preserving Colorado's rights to utilize its water and not compromising on, or not offering to, for instance, advocate for mandatory cutbacks, uncompensated mandatory cutbacks. The lower basin pushed hard to have that occur up here in Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico.
Well, of course.
And
outside their boundary.
right, and our commissioner has taken a very hard line on that, and at our request, frankly. So, what I think we're talking about is, can we prepare for if they're putting a conserved consumptive use program on the table, and that's likely to be one of the outcomes of this discussion, we would like to see those discussions. I think that's what I'm hearing you say. We'd like to see the actions taken to protect all of Colorado, from our perspective, particularly the west slopes, that we're not a sacrifice zone. And that's really what I think the direction I would take from this board, and Peter has taken from this board, is that we will do that. We will continue and ratchet up our advocacy for that, that kind of guideline program.
Right, with the, the concept that, we're not saying no way, no how. It is, we recognize that that Colorado water users, including water users on the west slope, may have to play a role in helping to address the situation on the main stem or on the Colorado River as a whole. But we're saying, as Andy indicated, we can participate in that so long as doing so doesn't set us up on the west slope to be the sacrificial lamb for the sake of greater state uses of the upper basin and the river as a whole.
And I agree with that. That's the reason that, when you sit and look at the state of Colorado, the Platte River has more representation than all other rivers put together. And they continue to say, well, we're the number one and all these things. They don't act like they think this is gonna impact them. It needs to impact them.
Well, it needs to impact them, if it's going to impact us.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's a distinct impression that this is our problem. And it's not our problem, it's the state's problem. And I'm not positive that the state's making that message to some of these other folks.
I think that as we sit here in Grand County, ground zero, Grand County earlier, your point is well made. And that 500,000 to 600,000 a year that go across the divide and disappear out of the system needs to participate in any conservative science.
Yeah, well, I was having a conversation last night with the guy that's not really as tuned in as some of you folks are, but if you stop and think about it, what we're talking about leaving the western slope is the operating amount of Blue Mesa Reservoir. Every year, no matter how short you are, that goes. And when we start talking about what's the Colorado River Basin gonna look like, you can't carve out that much water space and not miss it. And then still be expected to pick up the log and carry it up the hill and say, okay, we got it. We can't do it. So I'm hoping, well, I suppose we'll have to get up on our soapbox and raise cane, but comes naturally to you.
I think that's the pot calling the kettle black, but, very true.
I guess I hear what you're saying, Mark, and I agree with you. I will say that I've listened to some of the meetings, and I've also read everything I can get my hands on. I think our commissioner's doing a really good job of saying, look, in 2021, we took 25 to 30% cuts mandatorily without compensation because it just wasn't there. But to your point, Mark, we heard yesterday, touring the two biggest diversion tunnels that there are, that, hey, it's been a good year this year. While my neighbors right around this table are saying, well, it might have been a good year. I said that to myself, well, that's nice that you've had a good year to take water over there, because on my ranch, we're about half the amount of water that we usually get. So we are taking mandatory and compensated cuts right now. But our commissioner's done a pretty good job of carrying the first part of that battle, a really good job of carrying the first part of the battle. We're taking mandatory cuts. Within the state, though, as you're saying, we're not seeing that being equitably distributed.
Mr. Walker?
Yeah, so to follow up, and I would agree with Director Gray that I think our commissioner's been doing a good job of getting the word out. And listening to us as well. and then that's happening. But when we did our Arizona and California trip down there, and well, you know, and then when you bring up the fact that it's 2.8 million acre feet of the natural flows and the tributaries down there, that they somehow think are off the table, man, I guess, well, they're gonna be off the table for us too, because we're just gonna use it here first. The heck with it, you know? I'm not gonna send my 1892 water rights down the river, so it just seems like we're so far apart here on the whole concept. How can we worry about coming together on the fine line of negotiations when we're miles apart on the upper basin and the lower basin in my mind? I just, and again, we'll end up having a patchwork piecemeal thing probably come up, and we've all been bureaucrats and the rest, when everybody's pissed, you know, you probably did a great job. You know, so that's how it's gonna work, and so, I don't know, so we're on the table, that's for sure, I don't know, it's just frustrating that we haven't come up with the rules on the main negotiation and agreeing on anything. And yeah, I think there needs to be some pressure from somebody to tell the states to get together and figure something out. So, off my soapbox, sorry. Thank you.
Are we using our resources in DC as much as we should be? Where we're having the right conversations with the right people up there that will ultimately be able to thumbs up or thumbs down on what the plan's coming to, if the plan comes together at all. I hear we have conversations with the interim Secretary of the Department of Interior, but are there others that we need to be bringing in that conversation, but not along with our delegation, bring others along with our delegation, just come up with a group of other water buffaloes per se, or
We are, and we do have conversations on a regular basis with both our delegation and others on these issues, and with the administrative folks as well. So it is, it is right now with the transition still going on, you don't have a commissioner bureau of reclamation, you don't have the actual assistant secretary for water and science has not been confirmed by the entire Senate.
well, and I hear from my county commissioners last week, where there's a real sincere fear with them that their livelihoods are at stake, and there's no recourse that we have other than just, well, the towns will be taken care of.
Well, I think that is in large part, a hydrologic reality we're facing too, is that as water gets short in the state of Colorado, our state constitution has built into it a municipal preference, for understandable reasons, unfortunately. And yes, it does put our agricultural community at risk significantly.
It's our state at risk.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't think, I mean, maybe I'm just being naive, where I don't think our state understands that, to where there's the potential of our sacrifice for our economy to produce food and fiber versus another economy produce food and fiber. While we continue to see investments happening in other parts of the country to reduce productive agriculture for various reasons. And when you got ag being the #1 in Colorado, I mean, talk about a bankrupt system. I'm preaching to the choir, I'm sorry.
Mr. McGinnis, you'd like to handle?
Yeah, thank you. So, I talked to several people that continue to focus on the lower basin. That clearly is a missile on our radar. It's big missile, it's in the county. But you know, as you bring up all the time, in the state equitable distribution, and that map that you show under your, when you have the presentations, it shows how much, who on the east slope contributed to the last efficiency program, and it shows nothing on that side. And so I think we have really the three prongs that we have to worry about. The lower basin's the obvious one, that's what everybody thinks about. But within the state, the equitable distribution between the east slope and the west slope. And then, well, as you said, you know, the municipalities, and not only does the Constitution give them the priority right, most of the rights they have are junior rights. And one of these days, I think we're gonna see a big push by the municipalities to secure their future by coming after the logical, the pond that has the most fish in it, and that's agriculture, whether it's through condemnation or otherwise. So, I don't know, we covered all of those bases, but, and I also say that in our presentation, we had State of the River and Grand Junction where Rebecca was there. And she kind of, at the end of that conversation, said, now look, everybody's got to hurt, you know, and we're all going to have to compromise, and everybody's going to feel some hurt if you don't have success. And I just, in my own breath, said, yes, you're representing a very specific part of this field, and that's us. And we should willingly I kind of took it as we're willing to sacrifice for the good of the whole versus the protection of us. So just a few comments there. And then what do you think the process is going to be between now and, say, the December meeting in Vegas? And the pre-compact rights? Could you address that real quick? What bets think they have on the pre-compact rights?
Yeah, I guess the process, I think the states will continue to need. I do think the acting assistant secretary is attending the states, 7 states meetings. They are trying to incentivize and cajole the states into some kind of an agreement. So you know, there is the likelihood that there will be an agreement, and oftentimes, as we all know, those agreements don't happen until the 12th hour. So that's not surprising. You know, with respect to pre-compact water, our position is, and our state's position is, that our pre-compact water is not subject to the compact.
Right, of course.
And so it's available to be used within the state of Colorado. You know, most of that pre-compact water sits in West Slope agriculture. Provided we avoid a compact curtailment situation, it will remain there. But if we end up with a situation where the cities have to find replacement water, that's where pressure will come very significantly on our area.
And the equitable distribution of the state is pretty, you know, we're getting a good example of it on the cooperation we're getting with the Shoshone.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's something they ought to be helping us with, being good neighbors.
Right.
Fellow Colorado citizens. We see what that's like. Thank you.
Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, well, as somebody who's sort of trying to understand some of the shallower parts of water law, I'm wondering if it's not considered that the lower basin gets half of what's produced in a year rather than half of some imaginary set amount. And then the other thing I wonder about, if it's on the table at all at these discussions, is whether the water produced in Arizona, the water that comes from Arizona, couldn't be subtracted from the amount of water that they get. I mean, why are these things on the table, or are they?
Well, it's a very logical, those 2 logical questions. I would say that the flip to a supply side perspective on dividing the natural flow is exactly what you're suggesting, which is having both the upper basin and lower basin live within what the rivers provide, rather than what somebody back in 1922 thought. So that's where the discussions are currently focusing. You know, with respect to Arizona's water, there are all sorts of legal arguments that the state of Arizona will raise with respect to their tributaries. A lot of them come out of the Supreme Court decision, Arizona v. California, where that I addressed to some extent in the memo, but they have a very strongly held belief, some might even think it's akin to a religious belief, that they have the absolute right to consume the entire amount that's present in those tributaries.
Well, some of us have that here also.
Yeah, that's true. So there's really hard challenges in that discussion. And it, at some point, may require a court, the Supreme Court, to determine what those rights are. At least for the time being, the states all continue to publicly say that they'd really rather not have the Supreme Court make those decisions.
Because you're right.
Given the lack of common sense and experience on water at the Supreme Court, that probably is a good to avoid them deciding anything on Western water.
Great, thanks.
If I can move on to the Shoshone effort, I would just say, want to just cover real quickly that, Peter and his memo really provided excellent coverage in terms of where we are at the CWCB in-stream flow process. I can tell you that our staff and legal team is working very hard to present at the contested hearing, which is will be occurring in mid-September. We are up against the 4 Trans Mountain diverters from Front Range. There are almost 40 parties who have requested party status at the CWCB. We haven't seen the list of that. We expect to see that tomorrow. But that is going to be a really interesting contested hearing in front of CWCB with 40 parties. And it is going to be, it's a bit like nothing else the CWCB's ever had to deal with. So, determine what's at issue there is it appropriate for the CWCB to acquire an interest in this water right for the purposes of preserving and improving the natural environment in that region. I can tell you that the state team, the CWCB staff and the CPW staff did a great job in May presenting that issue. Amy, on our behalf, Amy Moyer did a fantastic job presenting the River District's offer and the reasons behind it. We have a phenomenal coalition of, if we look at just our financial contributors, 32 financial contributors, over 50 allied parties in this coalition. It's a very strong coalition. I think that we have the science and the engineering on our side. And I think, we believe that we will be prepared to go through that contested hearing and come out the other side well. It is a political process, so we'll be involved in that and see where that shakes out. I do just want to point out, we're still working on raising $99 million for the purchase price. We have approximately 57.2 in commitments from this district, the state, and our local partners. We have a $40 million award from the Bureau of Reclamation Department of Interior that is still tied up in the transition between the administrations. I do want to just thank our Senate delegation as well as Congressman Hurd for really pushing hard on the administration to move forward with that commitment and get us under contract. I want to also thank our county commissioners and Mr. Catton and his friends at the House and Senate here in the state to continue to request that money comes forward, the commitment continues. But we're working on it and frankly optimistic about it. I think we're in a good place with that, and I think we should be the district's never been closer to its long-held goal of showing permanency. So, yes, we have resistance. We knew it was coming. We're prepared for it. We have a great team dealing with it. So, are there questions on Shoshone at this point? Okay. The next item on here is a litigation with the Denver Water. It was Grand County District Court case that's been going on since 2021 over the operation, maintenance, and repair of the Richard Dam here in Grand County over in Tremont. It's primarily a contractual dispute that erupted over whether or not repairs, the district had obligations to make repairs or rehabilitation during our period of sole ownership and control prior to 2020, or whether or not if major rehabilitation needs to occur on that dam, whether Denver Water has to participate in that, as the contract they signed back in 1987 and was amended in 1992 says they do, right? That there was a dispute over what that contract means. As with any litigation or many litigations, I should say, it got a bit personal from our perspective here at the River District. Denver Water accused you as a board, us as your management and council and leadership of obfuscating, delaying the repairs, of ignoring our responsibilities and saying that we were going to hold off and wait to do the repairs until Denver became part of financially obligated to participate in that. They had an elaborate scheme cooked up in their heads that this board and staff and management, and as well as the past management, concocted some way to delay things and did it in bad faith. They told the story to the court that they completely failed to support with any facts at the court level. We won on all claims. You've got the 83-page opinion in your packet. One thing I just want to say is you as a board and our previous board members as a whole, as we act as a board, did a phenomenal job. When you empowered the staff to go hire the best consultants there are, to make sure we follow the best management practices of any dam owner. We follow the recommendations of the dam owners. We have a dam that's moving more than it was designed to move. And it's important to pay attention to that, and it's important to know what's going on, and it's important to know when and how we need to remediate that dam, if at all. This board enabled the staff to do that by spending and authorizing millions of dollars to monitor the dam, to study the dam, to hire the right people. And instead of acknowledging that, Denver Water, our partner in that reservoir, turned around and sued us, in my mind, because they wanted a different contract over how the dam is managed, and they wanted to weasel out of their obligation to pay for the repair and rehabilitation should it ever be required. The judge saw through their smokescreen and really rewarded the district for doing the right thing. It was very clear to the judge that every one of your prior and current employees got on the stand and told the truth and established what this board did correctly. One of the things that I highlight in my report is there was an allegation that the board was literally hiding an executive session and designing a delay to screw Denver Water. And there were comments by one board member who they latched onto and tried to make it sound like it was the policy of the River District. The judge correctly said, no, there's no evidence of that on the record. The River District encourages board members to engage in dialogue and discussion, express their opinions. But one statement of one board member is not the action of the board. The actions of this board only occur when you vote, and when you take action through a vote. And every time you were asked by the staff to support and pay for a contractor to help figure this out, you did that. and you funded it. So the judge saw through that. The judge did not have that high an opinion of Denver Water's former CEO. Specifically found that CEO, Mr. Lockhead, was not credible. That's a nice way of saying he lied in court. So, pretty fascinating to see that in a court opinion. I do want to just commend the staff, both past staff and past management, past board, present staff, for doing the right thing. But we also had a great legal team, both our own lawyers and our outside counsel that we hired, who, by the way, was local, West Slope Council, up against a national firm that litigates all the time. And our local team took them down on every count. And I just want to commend our attorneys and our staff and our board for doing that. So thank you, and Peter and your team, and thank you guys for doing a good job.
Yeah.
And I do want to say, the contractual dispute, they may still appeal it. They have some more time to the first week of August. And so, knowing Denver Water's tactics, we expect them to appeal, even though we think there are very few grounds to do it. I would say the board and the staff need to continue to do the right thing. We still have a dam that has some movement, some deformation. It's slowing down, but it is the right thing to do to continue to monitor it and to continue to follow the recommendations of our experts and make sure we're doing the right thing. And I think I have confidence in our staff and our board to do that. We're not out of the woods on that dam. So we just have to continue to put public safety as the #1 priority of the district, certainly with respect to that dam. And use that as our guiding principle. And so you'll hear later in the meeting from Hunter that we need some additional funding for alternatives analysis on a rehabilitation plan should we ever need them. As you can tell, I'm in favor of you authorizing the expenditure of those funds to do that. So I think it's important to recognize that when you do the right thing, sometimes it actually pays off. Thank you. We're going to turn to the hydrology report, but I do want to pause for a moment and ask Mr. Chair if you thought this was a good opportunity for a break.
Oh, yeah, I do. So let's take a.
You want to just meet back at 3 o'clock?
That'd be fine.
12,
3 o'clock.
Alright, thanks. Glad we all got to celebrate some good news. Now we're gonna bring it down a notch. We all know what 2025 has brought so far, so just get into it. I think the water unit today can really be summarized in 2 graphics. The first is this snowpack graphic for the entire Colorado River Basin. This is April 2nd when Colorado statewide snowpack peaked. And you can see in Colorado, things don't look too bad. We're pretty close to normal in most of our West Slope basins. But as you go south, the conditions change dramatically. So we're very strong north to south gradient.
Can I ask you to speak up just a little bit?
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Thank you.
The other graphic is the water supply forecast, the outlook as of June 1st. So this is just a couple months after that peak snowpack where in Colorado we looked okay. A really dry spring subsequently really tanked our water supply outlook. So the green disappeared, that's green is good. We're into orange in the upper basin. Water supply outlook is not looking so good after that dry spring that we had. That said, on the West Slope, reservoir conditions are generally pretty pretty good. We're about average in most places, with two major caveats, well, three really. On the main stem, Green Mountain Reservoir and Brunei Reservoir will not fill this year. And then in the Nipissing Basin, Blue Mesa will not fill this year. Going down to Colorado, further down to Lake Powell, even more dire. Had pretty meager flows this year, both in terms of the water supply season, the April to July period, and the entire water year, with releases projected to be 7.48 million acre feet, which is about 2 million acre feet more than we're expecting for the entire water year to flow into. So John's going to get more into that later. And I'll start off with an overview of the state of Colorado conditions. So far we're at the 8th warmest and 13th driest year. So far, this is through May. You can see 2025 is the black star on the top left of this plot. On the horizontal axis here we have precipitation increasing as you go to the right, and on the vertical we have temperature increasing as you go up. So that top left quadrant is hot and dry.
How far back is that?
What's that?
How far back is that?
1895. So it's a long record to be 8th warmest and 13th driest. This doesn't show much new information, but again, just zooming in on the state and our snowpack at peak, relatively close to normal, except for the Gunnison was close to 80%. We peaked around April 2nd, about 10 days earlier than average this year. So the water supply forecast then on April 2nd, about that time of peak snowpack, looked pretty similar, pretty close to normal. So things weren't looking too bad, assuming that we got normal precipitation in the next months to follow. Fast forward 2 months to June 1st, and things looked very different. We had a really dry spring on the west slope, particularly in the White Yampa Basin, where as a percentage of average, our water supply forecast dropped by 43% of average for the basin as a whole. And the Colorado headwaters dropped by 21% of average, and the Gunnison dropped by 27% of average. So really significant declines, given that we just didn't get the precipitation that we were expecting in April and May.
I have one question about the Yampa White. I know they're NRCS, USDA conglomerates that into one group, but the hydrology between the two basins, now that I'm watching the snow tell a whole lot more conditions, very substantially. The flat tops is not one unified piece. It's one end to the other can be quite a bit different. Is there a way that somehow that could be segregated out? Is there a way already that sets up there that I just haven't found?
Yeah, this is kind of the most simple way we can show it while presenting, basins that are relevant to all of you, but that you can break it down into sub-basins.
Perhaps you and I need to connect outside of this and you can show me.
Yeah, maybe we present that in the future.
Thank you.
Yeah. I will split out stream flow by those basins a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I should explain, so this is due to a few factors. One is the low soil moisture we have going into the winter, so lower than average soil moisture. So that reduces runoff efficiency. The soil has more capacity to absorb that snow melt before it runs off into the streams. We also, again, April was, which is typically one of the wettest months of the year on the west slope, was record dry in many places on the west slope. So this was also the 7th straight April that was drier than average statewide. So we're just continuing that trajectory of seeing dry springs like this, and that wettest month not being the wet month that we expect. Many snow-tell sites, particularly in northwestern Colorado, so the White Yampa in particular, saw record low or second lowest precipitation this spring as well. Moving into stream flow, so on the left is the Yampa River near Maybell, on the right is the White near Meeker, so kind of breaking those basins down a little bit. So the blue line here is this water year, 2025. The bands in the background, shows a range of historical flows. From the bottom to the top, you have 90% exceedance flow rate at the bottom, and up to the 10% exceedance at the top. So only 10% of water meters exceeded those flow rates. And then I've also added, just because we're so close to them, the lowest 5 years on record to all these plots. So that's all the other multicolored thinner lines at the bottom. And in the input, you can see we started off okay. We had a cold snap in May there, so that's that sort of off drop off. We recovered a bit, but then it's really been dry since early June. And then the White Near Meeker has seen a particularly dry year. You can see the blue line is below that 90% exceedance flow rate for much of the spring. Basically since May, we've been in the bottom 10% of flows.
What is the vertical scale? I can't read it.
The vertical on the left is flow in cubic feet per second, and on the right is stage. Less relevant, but that's how they derive the flow rate. Down to the Colorado Basin, some similar very low flows. So in addition to being very dry, the main stem is also affected by large transbound diversions that we saw yesterday. So those were operating at full bore this year, and particularly Northern System finished their pumping targets before the Shoshone Call came in. So that really dropped our stream flows above Dotsero this year. Dotsero also was supplemented by the Eagle River this year, which, while those transbound diverters were pumping, Winnie Gap and Willow Creek were pumping water into Lake Granby, so taking a lot out of the headwaters, the Eagle River was still putting in plenty of water at Dotsero to meet Shoshone's needs. So that middle section of the headwaters of the main stem really suffered. So like Krumling, Catamount, those areas saw really drastically low flows, particularly around Memorial Day, when flows got down to about 300 CFS, which is abysmal for the first really busy recreation weekend on the Upper Colorado. It should be closer to 1,000 CFS, and we were down below 300 on some days. Moving down to the Gunnison, again, pretty abysmal flows. You see one sort of odd anomaly here. Again, it's a pretty regulated stream when you get down to Grand Junction here. So that bump in flows that you see in late May to early June is due to Ascalon unit peak flow operations. So they try to time that with peak flows on the North Fork. So that's where you get a lot of extra flow there to hit their targets, and then it drops right back down to try to maintain their reservoir supplies through a really dry season. Do you have anything to add on that?
If anyone is for the Uncompahgre system, well, Sim's going to talk a little bit, but Ridgeway virtually filled. Taylor Park did not fill. The Uncompahgre system was in the beginning of the spring operating at 90%, but as of last week they dropped to 80%, and they are hoping to stay at 80%, but it depends on what the monsoons do. They've already used the 300 or the 3,000 acre foot pool out of Ridgeway with Buick County on the no-call agreement, and so they're starting to dip into the other Ridgeway pools, and so they want to make sure that they manage that well. So that's all.
All right, thanks for covering.
Wait, when you were talking about that, they're now getting down into the exchange view in Ridgeway?
They've used the whole no-call agreement to pool, the 3,000, it's gone.
There should be something like 18,000 feet in the exchange pool?
Yes, and they're starting to dip into that, but it's still pretty full.
Okay, thanks.
So moving on to reservoir storage, thanks, that's a good lead in. We're actually, again, have reasonably good storage conditions for this time of year throughout the West Slope. That does hide a couple of key caveats that I mentioned in that first slide. So one is that Green Mountain Reservoir will misfill this year by about 25,000 acre feet. So that means it will be a substitution year. One of the consequences of that is that we'll be releasing more water than usual out of Wolford Mountain Reservoir to make up for that water that would otherwise have been sent from Denver's facilities upstream of Green Mountain on the Blue to Green Mountain. Next, Rudite Reservoir will also misfill, they actually confirmed today, they essentially have misfill by about 11,000 acre feet, which is a bit more than they predicted a couple of weeks ago, last time I checked in with them. So they're at about 90% of capacity. One of the big consequences of this for us on the west slope is that we'll have less water for the endangered fish in the 15-mile reach. So when Rudite physically fills, we get an additional bump of 5,000 acre feet in 4 out of 5 years. We will not get that pool this year, so that's 5,000 acre feet that will not make it down to the 15-mile reach this year. Blue Mesa also did not fill again this year, so it filled about 70% of capacity. Blue Mesa is designed to fill in an average year, so it's to be expected that it wouldn't fill in a year like this. But nonetheless, good to keep track of, and Raquel will get more into Blue Mesa operations in a little bit. Those are our major caveats. On a brighter note, our other major reservoirs did get pretty close to fill. So Ridgeway got to about 98% of capacity, Taylor Park got to about 87%, and Stagecoach reached about 96% of capacity. On to River District assets. So Wolford, is again victim, like most reservoirs, to that really sharp decline in forecasts, water supply forecasts from April to June. We lost about 21,000 acre feet in the forecast, so that's about 39% of average. Very significant drop. We were still able to fill, thankfully. We did fill on May 25th. Spill until July 4th. We've been called out of priority since the beginning of July for the Shoshone call. We're making releases for the recovery program out of our 6,000 acre foot pool for that program. Expect to release the entire pool this year. We're also operating the Homestake Exchange, which is a conditional water right held by the River District. And again, we're expecting to release water for substitution, expecting about 15,000 acre feet. We haven't solidified the number or the schedule yet. We need to wait until Green Mountain end of fill season to determine that, but we're estimating 15,000 additional acre feet are going to come out of the pool for this year. Then Elkhead on the Yampa, in the Yampa Basin on Elkhead Creek. Again, we lost a lot of our forecast. We lost 33,000 acre feet, which is a lot considering Elkhead only stores about 25,000 acre feet. So that's about 46% of average that our forecast dropped. That was a very close call, whether we fill or not. We did end up filling on June 5th. We've been out of priority since June 23rd. There's a structure downstream on Elkhead Creek that, as far as I can tell from public records, is only called once before in 2021, and they called for most of the summer. So they've been calling since June 23rd, and I expect them to call the rest of the summer. We do expect to release the entire 5,000 acre foot pool that we have in Elkhead for the recovery program for the Upper Yampa endangered fish. We will not be releasing the 2,000 acre foot short-term contract that the Fish and Wildlife Service has in Elkhead. That's one that they can use if they so choose in a given year, but the management committee did not commit funds for that this year because of the uncertainty in federal funding. So that's 2,000 acre feet that we will not be releasing this year. But to partially make up for that, we do have a 2,000 acre foot contract with the Colorado Water Trust. So that's a CFP funded Yampa River Reservoir Release Program. So that'll give an additional 2,000 acre feet that will release either for endangered fish, or if a call looks imminent, we'll be releasing that for call prevention, so for diverters on the Yampa. And finally, my last bit of good news, drought. So it's not a pretty picture. January through May was the 16th driest for that period statewide on record. So that again is since 1895. We had D3 or extreme drought in the Grand Valley and Grand Mesa as of June 1st, and now that D3 extreme drought has crept up to just north of US 40 near Craig and Hayden. So we're seeing that those drought conditions expand throughout the west slope. And the longer term forecast is for drought conditions to persist through September. And with that, I'll hand it out to Cal.
Thank you, Sam. I don't know if I have a lot of positive news. But if you could go to the next slide, just a recap of what Sam started off showing. When we look at the Colorado River Basin as a whole, in the north part of the basin, they didn't look that bad when we were looking at peak snow. But if you look at the south, it was extremely bad, and you can see the upper Gila River and the Salt, 0% of average, 1% of average. It's just the lowest they've seen on record, and that kind of exacerbates the problems of inflows into Powell. So when we look at unregulated inflow forecasts into the main reservoirs of the Colorado River, first I just want to focus on Blue Mesa Reservoir. For 2025, inflows are forecasted at 645,000 acre feet. That's 71% of average, but that's a drop of almost 80,000 acre feet from what they were predicting a month before. So we're just seeing, and you can see from the second column here on this table, what was forecasted in May versus June, everything has dropped significantly. And if you go on the next, this is operations for Blue Mesa in a little bit more detail, so you can see Maxfield is around 660,000 acre feet, and yeah, not feeling this year. Going back to the unregulated inflow forecast, now focusing on Powell, for 25, the prediction is a little over 5 million acre feet into Powell, which is 54% of average, but that is going to decrease for July. I think it's likely it's gonna be a little bit below 5 million acre feet. And I say this because the April through July forecast for Powell has dropped, and it's around 42% of average. But with that, moving to the next one, thank you. The release for Powell for 25. So unregulated inflows to Powell are around 5 million acre feet this year. Releases out of Powell for this year are set to 7.48 million acre feet. So we will continue to drain Powell in the year of 2025, which is a problem. As you see in this graph, this is a 24-month study from June and April. And yes, thank you very much. So we're seeing starting in beginning of 26, Powell expected to be below 3,525 feet elevation, which is the lower elevation and the protection for the power pool. What that does is that it triggers planning around drought response operations agreement, or DROA. So that has already been triggered, and the Bureau is starting to have conversations to plan for DROA. Right now, they're just monitoring more heavily inflows into Powell and releases, and potentially changing a little bit of the releases every month. But I think it's likely that they will plan for DROA releases from the upper basin to try to prop up Lake Powell in the next months, beginning of 2026. In addition to that, the other concerning point is that beginning of 27, the 24-month study shows Powell dropping below the minimum power pool, as you can see on the graphic. And lastly, on this graph, the supplemental EIS states that If in the next 12 months, there is a chance of the elevation at Powell dropping below 3,500, then the Bureau can reduce releases out of Powell and can decide to reduce and only have releases at 6 million, up to 6 million acre feet, not lower than that. And we're not there yet because the 3,500 is showing to happen in September of 26. But I will be curious to see what the 24-month study looks like in August, because that might trigger some lower releases out of Powell.
Okay, I have a question here.
Yeah.
So I think you said that, as it approaches 3,500, there will be regulations that require more water to come from the upper basin down to the lake. But there are no regulations to decrease the amount of water going out.
Yeah, so what triggers the drought response operations agreement, and that's linked to the drought contingency plans, is the elevation 3525. That will trigger planning around these releases out of Blue Mesa, and releases out of the reservoirs up here is not the only thing they can do, but it's one of the things they can do. As part of the supplemental environmental impact statement for the short term, 24 to 26, they also talk about reducing releases out of Powell up to 6 million acre feet. But they can only do that if it's shown that in the next 12 months, elevations will be at 3,500. And we don't have that showing yet.
So that's a reactive mechanism rather than preventative.
Yeah. And I, as Andy and Peter have talked, I think that's why there is a lot of pressure and hope for post-2026 for things to be different, because the way the system is currently operated we're just in crisis on repeat.
Yeah.
All right, next. So I do want to highlight April through July forecasts for Lake Powell, as Sam highlighted in the State of Colorado hydrology update. The forecasts were not good this year, and they dropped significantly month after month. And here on this graph, I know this graph is a little confusing, but just some lay of the land. The y-axis is volume in 1,000 acre feet. The x-axis is time in months. And what the Colorado River Basin Forecast Center does is every month they forecast the range of inflows into certain points, and for here we're looking at Powell, and the very bottom, so this is for January, for example, the pink box at the bottom is the 90% exceedance. So they forecasted that there was 90% likely that you were going to have flows into Powell higher than 3 million acre feet. And then the very top, the fifth box, red box or pink box, is the 10th percent exceedance, and that was around 9 million acre feet. So they're saying, you're probably gonna be within 3 and 9 million acre feet into Powell. And every month they do the same thing. And you can see that the range, it gets a little tighter because you already have some runoff happening and you can do your predictions a little bit better. But I think what's really concerning about this year is that, if you click again, April, keep clicking, there. So April, it got tighter, but the bottom pink box is still in the same place. And we ended up in July, the observed total is 2.6 million acre feet. It's smaller than the 90th exceedance, and And it's not, too much smaller, but it's smaller. And we've seen this all over the basin, and it just is to exemplify how it's been really difficult to manage water this year, because water managers rely in these forecasts, and what we saw in April as a forecast was very different than what the conditions actually were. And this green circle in the middle of March, if you can see, it's just to highlight that the Colorado Basin Forecast Center used to do official forecasts in the middle of every month. And because of staffing shortages, that has ended. The last one was middle of March, and those pink boxes no longer exist, as you can see. And that is also not helpful. All right, moving on. Oh, well, let me just highlight this.
What's the organization that's had the?
So it's a part of NOAA,
Okay.
but it's the Colorado River Basin Forecast Center. And to highlight, so April through July runoff into Powell, 2.7 million acre feet, 42% of average. Moving on, I just would like to show Paonia Reservoir as another example of how forecasts are so bad. The bottom pink box in January was 50,000 acre feet. What actually ended up in Paonia was 19,000 acre feet. It's less than half of the 90th percent exceedance, and it's 24% of average. So North Fork is, not in the best shape this year. On a good note, next slide. Good. Taylor Park Reservoir, I did want to highlight that this is the first year that ASO data was used to inform CBRFC's official forecast. They have used it in the past for experimental purposes, but this was the first time that it went in their official. And
Use what again?
Airborne Snow Observatory data. Keep looking. Okay. So the green circle here shows how ASO data reduced the forecast really significantly. You see this vertical drop? That's when they incorporated the ASO data. So this is a good thing. It's making their models better, even though it is not, it's complicated. The models are created based on historical data and statistics, and when you input good real data, it not always makes the model better. But in this case, they know it would, and they did incorporate it, so that's a good news. And next, I did want to show this graph that was put together by Bob Herford with Division 4 of Division Water Resources. This is for the Gunnison River near Grand Junction. Y-axis is acre feet per year. X-axis is time, starting in the 1920s and ending in 24. He calculated the average annual flows for the river for each decade. And when we talk percent of average for these forecasts, we're always talking about the last 30 years. It's percent of average based on the last 30 years. And what this graph shows or highlights is how the last 30 years are not good. If you were comparing to average of the last 100 years, you would be looking at an even worse percent of average. And there was an article that came out in a newspaper with this graph, and the title was something like, the 2020s are worse than the Dust Bowl of the 1930s. That had average flows of around 1.5 million acre feet per year, and we're right now at 1.25 million acre feet in this decade. The decade we're not done, right? But as of now, that's where we're at. And this is a problem or the challenge we have currently, because the climate we're experiencing is not what we have experienced historically, and that's part of why it's challenging to forecast conditions as well. Lastly, I just want to go over Lake Mead a little bit. The 24-month study for Lake Mead, also problematic. Right now, for 25, releases for Lake Mead are set at 8.21 million acre feet. There is tier 1 shortages going on. When you look here, there is, they're dropping to this level 2 shortage condition in the spring of 26, and that is not, how they set the shortage conditions is based on August 24-month study. They look on what things are gonna look in January. But I still think that the future is, things have to change, is the conclusion. Because otherwise the reservoirs, are continuous crisis. And lastly, this is a slide from the Bureau of Reclamation on hydropower production at Hoover Dam, so Lake Mead. And they had overestimated power production there at lower elevations. So at elevation 1035, the power capacity reduces from 1,304 megawatts to 382. So this drop, you see this vertical orange line shows 1304, now it's 382. The reason being that Hoover Dam has 2 types of turbines that produce hydropower. They have 5 wide head turbines and 12 non-wide head turbines. The non-wide head turbines, these 12 non-wide head turbines, would suffer intense damage from cavitation at these elevations, and so they now exclude them from power production. They are only counting production from the other 5 turbines, and that's how you see this big significant drop. As a recap, takeaway message is, this is a challenging year. North of the basin was pretty good. South of the basin was extremely dry. This year is a relatively dry and hot year. Reservoirs within the state of Colorado are relatively healthy, but several did not fill. And we're continuing to drain Lake Powell, and that is it. Questions?
Well, I think you've sufficiently depressed everyone. Yeah, thank you.
I have a question about the Paonia. I've been voting on Paonia and it's been full.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what that actually means then in the graph.
Yeah. So, can you go back to? So Paonia Reservoir is a very small reservoir compared to the basin. So Paonia fills every year because it's like 10%. It will fill with 10% of the snowpack. This graph just shows what that basin usually produces compared to average, and what they were forecasting. So they were forecasting, so the average inflows into Paonia Reservoir is 81,000 acre feet, and this year, what happened was 19. So average is 81, what actually flowed, and this is just April through July, so just these 3 months, was 19. So 24% of average, but it still fills Paonia. It still fills Paonia.
It's half full, it's out of wicked.
It's only 2/3 of what it used to be.
No, I just wanted to express my support for the ASO funding that the Upper Gunnison received. To highlight a couple of things, I think the one thing that's benefited us this year is that, given that we couldn't get bi-weekly forecasts from the CBRFC, we did get weekly forecasts from the ASO World Hydro Group, and that was really beneficial because not only did they update us every week, but they were able to take into account the 7 to 10 day forecasts that were coming, which allowed us to really ride some colder periods that came through, or some peak snowmelt periods, and we actually probably saved about 1,500 acre feet early on. That will come in handy at the end of it. So I will say that those weekly forecasts were extremely beneficial to our group this year, and I appreciate the funding support. Thank you.
Longer.
So we spent some money on soil moisture monitors and programs as well. So we're probably setting a new baseline in the tank, you know, for the soil moisture monitors. And again, I guess my comment is that, man, it's bad this year. Wait till next year if we don't get some relief here. I mean, everything we're gonna get is gonna be absorbed by there will be no runoff. I mean, we went into this year with some pretty good groundwater, at least in my basin, and it just totally vanished. And so if we have to recover that somehow, the runoff next year will be even that much more accentuated, terribly bad.
I would just add that soil moisture, you know, it is complex, and I think soil moisture is part of the equation. But when we are experiencing hotter, drier conditions, the air sucks that water up as well, and that's a big part of the equation as well. And then to emphasize what Sam and maybe someone else earlier was talking about, the spring precipitation was very low this year, and that is also a big factor. So it's just, everything was not good. Nothing was good.
Well, thank you very much. Want to move on to something that involves Raquel as well. The appointment of our Southwest Basin Roundtable representative. We have a very small portion of our district in the Dolores Basin in Mason County, and we are entitled to a seat in that, on that roundtable. Historically, or most recently, that seat was filled by Dave Kander. We are asking the board by motion to appoint Raquel Flinker as our Southwest Basin Roundtable representative, if we could have some action on that.
Congratulations, Martinez. You make the motion?
Second.
Second. How many Dennis? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Thank you, Raquel. Very much.
She said it, you're
The next item, Aubrey Turner's going to take is a proposed modification to our tuition reimbursement policy.
So quickly, for a bit of background, we've had an education assistance program since 2005, whereas it is a program to support employees who wish to continue their education through or to improve their expertise outside of their normal working hours. And so this is different than maybe sending an employee to a conference specific to engineering or something like that. This is if they want to take a master's course or work on a different bachelor's degree. And so it is provided on a reimbursement basis. So after successful completion of the program, they're reimbursed over a 12-month period for the cost of that course up to, currently it is $2,000 per year. And so to better reflect sort of the increased cost in education and to be competitive with other employers, we are proposing that the board consider an increase to the annual limit on that program, and also call it the tuition reimbursement program instead of the EAP, Education Assistance Program. And so what we're proposing is the increase to $5,250 per year, or the current tax-free limit for employers to reimburse tuition. And so it's currently $2,000, and the ask is to increase it to $5,250. And just for some context to understand the budget impacts, we have only ever reimbursed $13,000 in the lifetime of this program. So I do not expect that it will be a significant budget increase. But it will help for those employees who are interested in taking master's courses or things to help cover the cost of the increased tuition.
The life of that program is 20 years. It was first instituted by the board back in 2005. So we've averaged $621 a year. We don't anticipate a whole lot of use of the program, but we do want our employees to continue to seek higher education to further their skills for the district, and that's what this program is aimed at. It's not, because we don't engage in basket weaving, we would not reimburse for a basket weaving portion.
Yeah, thank you for that, yeah.
But we do reimburse for employment-related educational expenses.
You don't reimburse for people who are trying to go work in North Carolina?
No, in fact, that's
I'm just checking.
Andrea, I have two questions. Is the 5,250 limit before you write it's tax-free, correct? Going to, my understanding was it was going to expire in 2025 as being a tax-free kind of thing. Do you know?
I don't know. Do you know that, Melissa? Melissa and Deanna did help do some of the research for this. There has been that benefit, that amount, I think, has been in existence. And so I think we would not have an amount more than what the tax-free allowable limit is under those fringe benefit guidelines.
So I think that was instituted under the Biden administration. In my understanding that it was going to expire in 2025, so I was just going to point it out, maybe we look into that and see if it was continued in any way currently. And then you had mentioned that the funding would be paid back over 12 months upon completion of the program. Is it upon completion of a program or the course?
The course.
The course, okay. Okay, thank you.
Excellent question.
Motion.
Just a quick question, is there a reason it's paid back over 12 months rather than
just immediately? I mean, I think that when the program was instituted, because it is, as Andy mentioned, intended to help improve an employee's skill set or knowledge that will help in their employment, and also as somewhat of a retention, that it is, paid over that 12-month that we will, if they leave ahead of that time, then they're out that cost on their own.
No, it wasn't part of a tuition reimbursement program, but we had one employee who we paid to go to water leaders, and she immediately got a job at the Upper Gunnison Water. And we didn't get our money out of that program at all, so.
Until she became your boss.
I will add, that is something that we did consider modifying, because it is, especially because the cost of education, especially master's programs, is so high. It is somewhat of a financial burden on employees who are interested in taking those courses to have to sort of front the money and then not get paid, reimbursed for it for 12 months. But I think that at this point, we weren't recommending a modification to that provision, but of course.
Staff recommendation.
Got a motion and a second, all those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
For the record, that was a motion by Tim and a second by James. Thank you very much. Want to turn to the last item in the general manager's report. Hunter, if you want to come on up and introduce the item, that would be fantastic.
A long walk today. So I have the honor today of presenting Kim Davidson with her 30-year service anniversary award. Would you like to come on up, Kim? I say 30 years, but she actually gets some bonus points because she worked for the construction company at Richard Dam for 2 years prior to actually becoming an employee of the River District. So it's 30 years plus bonus points. So I'd like to start off, I just want to highlight that Kim has put up with the most unrelenting and steady stream of, I'm gonna put a pin on that for just a second here. I'm gonna go on a little diversion here. So Kim and I have had this ongoing joke that we're gonna come up with a book of her work misadventures. It's gonna have chapters like wildlife, which would include mice eating the interior of her trucks, run-ins with moose, close calls with mountain lions, and arguably the most vicious animals that she deals with are in our mosquito breeding program in the mitigation area. They are horrible in there, and she deals with it every day. There'd be a chapter on disgruntled campers and boaters, weather extremes in the vicinity of Kremlin, Colorado. And going back to my earlier point I was going to make, the longest and probably the most colorful chapter would be on the plumbing woes at Wolfer Mountain Recreation Area. We have multiple vault toilets and the like, and you know,
people who don't know how to use those.
People who don't know how to use them. We have a RV dump station. People come up to it when it's locked, and they still just utilize the area for that. She has to put up with that, and despite all of that, she's managed to keep up an incredible attitude over 3 decades. She's probably the most hardworking person I know. I admire your hardworking attitude, your can-do attitude, and I just want to thank you on behalf of the River District for 3 decades of your dedication.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you all very much.
I just want to say thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to do a job that I really love, and I really think it's important. I take it seriously. I don't, I mean, I live downstream of that dam, so I really take my job seriously, and I love it. So I thank you all for the opportunity to keep it for so long. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amy and Melissa, if you guys want to come on to the community funding partnership discussion.
Yeah. Okay, this is like welcome everyone. We have a strong agenda today. We are going to open up with a conversation regarding opening up the main stem of Colorado for the opportunity to apply for CFP grants. And then we have 2 board action items for you. The first one is Bear River Reservoir Company is applying for upgrades to Stillwater Reservoir. And then the Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation is applying for a grant to replace the drinking water system for 3 Mile Mobile Home Park. So in total, we're going to be requesting about $340,000. But we'll get going with our program update on the main stem. Amy will kick us off.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick us off on our program updates. We don't normally spend a ton of time on these, and we focus on our action items. We wanted to talk a little bit about the staff direction of beginning to consider applications from the main stem of the Colorado River. This is in part the Community Funding Partnership, as the board knows well, spends a considerable amount of effort using our funding programs to leverage the federal funding sources. And we have certainly, over the last 6 months, been in a situation where federal funding, as we've talked about in a few contexts, has been uncertain. And so, as an example, the proposed federal budget from the Trump administration for the federal fiscal year 2026, proposed to eliminate any funding for the Water Smart program, which has been a considerable source of funding for water projects across the state and across the West. There is some good news there, and I know Dean will probably get into some of this in his federal affairs update, that the House and Senate subcommittees are looking to refund that program. So it's just an example of where we've been in an uncertain future of trying to predict what opportunities there are to leverage CFP funding. And so you are likely to hear from Melissa and I over the next few board meetings of ideas of how we can continue to shape and use the community funding partnership in its most effective way. And so one of those immediate actions that we want to talk about is beginning to consider applications from the Colorado Main STEM. And there's really three overarching reasons to set the stage there. The first is looking to be responsive to our district and use the CFP program to help support critical water projects across our 15 counties as a whole in a future of uncertain federal funding. The second point that we'll talk about is since we made the Shoshone contribution at the end of 2023, we have made a considerable effort in the program to prioritize and fund projects in the Yampa White Green Basin, the Gunnison Basin, and also Pitkin County to continue to balance our equity targets. And that's the third point that we'll talk about is, as we've been looking at, excuse me, the current geographic distribution in alignment with the criteria and policies set out in the Community Funding Partnership Framework, which is a board-adopted document, we think we're at a stage and a point in time where we have met that criteria and certainly will continue to evaluate it. So when you look at two points in time, 2 points in history that also set the stage for this. The first is the adoption of the Community Funding Partnership Framework. That occurred in January of 2021, was responsive to the plan that the River District Board had set out when we proposed ballot question 7A, and it included language that talked about how we would balance the funding from the program from a categorical standpoint across our 5 categories, and also from a geographic standpoint. And so we have on the screen here what that target is from a categorical standpoint. It's much more straightforward for staff. It says that we will look at funding using our CFP fund to fund the 5 categories in approximately equal amounts over time. When we look at the geographic definition, it includes additional factors, a series of factors that we would consider when it talks about how to equitably disperse the funds geographically. And so there's numerous categories in here in terms of the relative population of counties, the amount of financial contribution, the amount of funding awards that we have made per county. And so to be transparent in these targets, since the inception of the program, we have included and we have tracked these targets and included them in your board memo with the graphs on our community funding partnership allocations by county, by basin, and by category, so that we can be accountable to this. Both of these targets look at how do we maintain that alignment with our CFP framework in a 5-year running average. So we are leading up to that 5 years of the program, which will be a great milestone to celebrate next year. The second key point in time, which is why we're talking about this, is when the board approved the $20 million contribution for the Shoshone water rights preservation effort. The board may remember that at the time we said and we recognized that that significant contribution, which the CFP program had always made space for legacy level projects like Shoshone in the program, we knew that we would need to spend effort to rebalance our geographic equity targets, which set in motion staff direction of continuing to really prioritize projects in the Yampa White Green, projects in the Gunnison Basin, and Pitkin County to rebalance those equity targets. And so that's the model that we have maintained since we made that Shoshone contribution in December 2023. We have worked with projects in the Colorado Main STEM to support them in finding avenues of other funding opportunities through the state of Colorado, through federal funding opportunities. And so we've spent that effort to rebalance our equity targets. So as we look at the CFP framework and look at the different categories that it has us consider, what we've done is try to create a model that staff can use as a target. So remember that the categories is fairly simple. We're looking at nearly equal distribution amounts across the 5. Geography is a little more dynamic, which I think helps us continue to fulfill our mission. It helps us as we look at how to use CFP in the most impactful way. So what Melissa and I have done, working closely with our leadership team as well, is look at some of these proxy amounts and see if we can come up with a model of what can we use as a basis or a target to see, are we on the right track for maintaining the geographic equity targets that are laid out in our CFP framework, which is our guiding document, to make sure that we are on track with using this program in a transparent way, in a way that the board has pushed us to use this program. So I'm going to turn it over to Melissa to talk in a little more detail, pull up some of the graphs of where we were, and it's in your board memo as well, where we were when we made the Shoshone contribution in December 2023, where our model is giving us some guiding principles of what we might target, and where we are today with the inclusion of the 20 million Shoshone contribution factored in. So I'm going to turn it over to Melissa, and then we're happy to pause for questions.
Okay, so you guys thought you were done with graphs when the engineers left the stage, but lucky you get some more. So we, as Amy said, we created a model that tries to depict and include the needs of our communities at a more thorough scale. And what we did is included statistics and an understanding of the amount and size of agriculture, the population to replicate or to represent municipal needs, and finally the revenue, demonstrating each basin's and community's investment into the CFP program. And so this spit out a model of generally this is where the program should be when providing funds by each basin, if you're accounting for those categories. So you'll see the basin, or by basin, our equity targets are on the right where we are today.
So how did you determine that again?
The model?
Yeah, the model, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's
how not to get too
pretty
detailed
arbitrary.
here. So,
Not how you do it, probably.
yeah, so we collected data on, that represents agricultural use.
Irrigated.
Irrigated ag. So number of ditches, number of irrigated acres, the average size of a ditch, and took that data and then added the data of population, and then added the data of the revenue provided to CFP by county.
So really revenue provided to the district.
To the district.
Through our mill levy by county.
So,
yeah. So through that then, it's a weighted model with a ranking system, and it's essentially spits out a model that replicates the needs. So if you are a community with a lot of ag and a large population, and you've provided a larger amount of revenue, you're gonna rank higher than communities with less ag, less people, less revenue provided.
Yeah, but that still depends upon how heavy you weight each of those factors.
Correct.
That, I'm just asking questions.
I want to recognize there is so many ways you can take this, and there are so many other factors that could be included. We just tried to use this as a general guide for us to have a little bit better understanding of the needs of our community and meet them where they're at to allow a more informed decision.
So I just wanted to say something about the revenues provided. I'm not sure that creates an equitable situation, because the Colorado River has the ski areas with Northwest. So they're going to collect more taxes and give you more money, and therefore you give them more money, when the areas that don't collect so much money might need it more. I just think that's a little bit dicey. And it happens in the world all the time. Those who have the most get the most. I mean, so I'm just a little bit concerned about that part of it. Just saying.
Yeah.
I think, Francie, that's a good point. I think that your perspective on that is absolutely valid. I think there are some who are in I'm not gonna, don't mean to pick on Mason County. It produces a significant amount of revenue. It's not the same amount of revenue by any means that Pickens County today produces. Over history, they have changed, right? But Mason County produces a significant amount of revenue, probably the fourth in line in our counties in terms of annual revenue. It also happens to have significant amounts of irrigated ag and the biggest population in the district, and so it balances out. And if I think people in your county would say, well, yes, we're providing money, and I might have heard this from some of your fellow county commissioners, in fact, we're providing funds, we expect to see some funds, significant funds coming back into it. So it is a balance, but it is, I just want to point out, Melissa and Amy didn't come up with these factors themselves. It is in the policy that was approved by the board in 2021. And so that's where they're pulling from. What you're arguing for is perhaps a more progressive distribution of the program funding, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I just want to acknowledge that we might have to tweak the policy.
And I'm not suggesting you tweak it, I'm just pointing out that.
It's a good point.
Yeah, I'll weigh in too. I think the key is balance, like Doug pointed out, it's the weighting, and because you've got population and ag and dollars, because some of the resort communities have very small populations, but they do put in a large amount of money, and I think that balancing act is why we got the 72% positive vote on it, so it's not like give us your money and too bad for you, but it does seem like it balances out pretty well.
Okay, so we're gonna, with this, seeing that we are pretty close to this model, and what Amy commented on is this is the time for us to open our doors to projects on the main stem, knowing that the federal landscape is a little unpredictable right now, that we will open up the opportunity for folks to apply out of the main stem while prioritizing projects in the Yampa, White, Green, Gunnison, and Pickens County to maintain this balance. Yeah.
I totally understand your metrics and why you're trying to apply this to rationale, and it does make sense. I would argue that when we're thinking about how to distribute grant funds, weighing it by irrigated acreage or population or tax revenue, all of that's wrong, so maybe you put everything that's wrong together, you can come up with something that's half-assed right, hopefully. Because the community funding partnership should be intended to be used for multiple benefits. Those communities, those water users, those recreational needs that don't have access to funds. So if you just looked at irrigated acreage, for instance, in western Colorado, a lot of that is tied to federal projects that have the largesse of support, or have already had this infrastructure to apply for grants, that have been able to access RCPP and Salinity and all these other projects, whereas little niche companies in small communities that operate on a shoestring budget that maybe are diverting off the stream that has some, important critical fishery that's important to the recreation community, that's a high priority compared to a larger ditch system that already gets a lot of money. So I'm still thinking about it in terms of need, not weighted metrics. I mean, where you ended up in your distribution doesn't seem off base from where, like, if I just had to draw this. But I think that, you're thinking about Gunnison County, the Gunnison Basin, those areas that
our representative at the round table, at the CWCB, finding applications across the board. That's where I see CFP being the most useful, because they just don't have the capacity within their own system or community. They don't have an Upper Gunnison, they don't have a bureau-assisted facility to access these other funds. And from a need-based perspective, that's.
Kerry, I think your perspective is a good one too. I will say, the one anomaly to that is the county you've done some work in, it's Delta. They don't have a major federal, they have some smaller federal projects. But they have led consistently in the Gunnison Basin and are very high up in terms of which county is getting revenue. And it is the small biz companies and the smaller projects there that are very successful at using this program and others to bring in funds.
And I wrote one of those big grants.
Yeah, you know, that's what I'm saying. I'm not picking on Delta, I'm just, yeah.
I have a comment. Okay. I just was gonna agree with the concept that Karen's putting out there. And in some of our counties, we don't have a lot of population, we don't have a lot of population, we don't have a ton of irrigators. We don't have very many big entities that have the infrastructure, the mass ability to apply. So we may need to, those low-hanging fruit that are multi-benefit and incorporated rich companies and so on are getting used up, the projects they have. So we may have to broaden out a little bit more to incorporate some of the smaller ditch companies that already incorporated, or even the single owner ditch companies that need infrastructure and don't have necessarily multiple use benefits that they can incorporate because there's just not enough there. So Moffett County's consistently, without the Maydell ditch, been behind the curve on applications, way behind. It's not because we're dumber or that we're absolutely don't care, it's because we just don't have those entities that have the bandwidth to apply.
I would echo Director Gray, in the Upper Gunnison Basin, we have many ditch owners, and it's just one person on an ditch system, or maybe two, you don't have that multi-user, or the ditch companies and stuff like that. I know you guys have heard me say that before. And so I just want to echo that I think that we may pick up all the low-hanging fruit, we have to revise our targets at some point, or open up and do just simply aging infrastructure projects, or something like that. So I'm on the side of that, because it is incredibly important, as we're dealing with less water and having to improve our infrastructure. The second thing I was going to ask, and Amy, I apologize, in our conversation, I forgot where you brought up, or where we were talking about some more of these economically depressed areas like Lake City, where you have projects and smaller populations, bigger needs, things like that. Can you remind me if that was included in the model?
So we do have the population as part of the county population as part of this model. I do think we're going to talk about areas in our guidelines that specifically call out underserved communities. So we have an action item here today to talk through a drinking water improvement project that falls under that category of areas in our guidelines that point to supporting drinking water improvements for underserved communities.
Mr. Cope?
I think that the metrics probably balance out really well, as long as we keep in mind that we're not tied to them with chains, and that if we have an application from somebody who obviously has high need and low income, low population, and whatever, we can make exceptions. That, I think that would sort of balance out any inherent inequity.
And I would tell you that Amy and Melissa have done a great job at advocating for exactly that. And that's part of why I think they're advocating that, they're determining to open the Colorado River Basin back up. They're not bringing a project that where the money goes to a relatively wealthier federal project. It's a project where these people really need some help. And so, and I think we have those in all of our counties. What we need to do is do some better, and I think Tom hit on it, is some institutional capacity.
and trying to lend our capacity to some smaller ditches and some, you know, and hopefully with your help and others in the community, reaching out and figuring out where we can best invest money to help keep the communities functioning. So.
Well, I think we've done a great job of balance. You know, we've sat here and approved grant applications from big places, little places, in every drainage. And, you know, it looks to me like these numbers, we've done a great job of figuring it out. You know, on some of these other issues, I don't know whether or not we should go out and say, hey, you should come and apply, because that implies, hey, you're gonna get it. And, you know, I mean, if somebody decides they want it, they need it, they come to you, and I know you folks go the extra mile in helping them with applications and all of the things that are necessary to get success in these grants. So far, I'm real happy with the way this looks. You know, because I think every one of our communities has gotten some grant money from this. And, you know, that's really what we were talking about when we went out and talked to the public.
Yeah, I do, and I want to build a little bit more upon what Tom and Sonia were talking about there a little bit ago. I think there's a lot of folks, just what I know in Rio Blanco County, filing for a grant is over their head like you can't believe. And if it's 4 pages, that's 4.5 pages too long. And they want to put skin in the game, they're going to do it. It's just, it's very complex. And even getting these people to return a phone call for a survey or to inquire is very difficult. So I'm not pinning anything on anything here, but is the district applying equitable resources throughout these other areas to do the outreach? I know we've only got a handful of organizations like in Rio Blanco County, but do you gotta dig deeper? Do we gotta find those those ditch companies that are out there? We've got unorganized ditch companies. We got a ditch company that's owned by one person, but it irrigates 1,000 acres. We've got ambitions for a new ditch company to help supply the lower White River. That would bring in, I don't know how many thousands of acres. But these folks don't know how to organize that. They don't know who to turn to. I know what I can do, but that's above my capacity today. I don't to undertake that, you know. But those are things that these folks are really looking for, and I think I know there's people in this room that would be helpful to kind of rethink that. But I see an awful lot of resources, and I'm not against the support, but there's an awful lot of resources given to the main stem counties within the river district. And I don't know, that's where you folks have that day-to-day, can tell me or can judge, are you spreading it around? Even though we got smaller population, but are they getting the same amount of time, geographical time, from the river district staff to say, here's what we can do. Yeah, we're not gonna guarantee you money, but boy, we'd sure like to help you develop some ground over here so we put more productive ag in, because my county lost 33% ag in the past 5 years. Irrigated land. That's a chunk. What is it, water delivery? I don't know. And it might be individual meetings with individual landowners or groups just to kind of tease out who's in need here. Because these guys bring an awful lot of value to a county that's really shriveling when you look at the tax base.
And I just want to maybe chime in and say I appreciate the dialogue and direction from the board. I think looking at capacity and how do we replicate models in certain areas of our district that are moving projects forward is something that Melissa and I have spent a lot of time thinking about. You know, even with once-in-a-generation federal funding, we have seen that the needs across our district, across the state, are much greater than that. And so we have to be thinking through the CFP and think creatively and how do we use it really differently as a funding source. And so I think using this direction in some areas that we've been thinking about, we are hoping to bring some ideas to the board in October and early next year of how can the community funding partnership really dig a little deeper into the capacity issues, into the aging infrastructure issues, so that it can continue to be an adaptable program and really fill the needs of the district as they evolve and as they exist in a wide spectrum of whether it's funding availability, whether it's infrastructure needs, so that this program really fulfills what the district set out to do when we passed ballot question 7A, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Longer? Be quick here, try to be quick. So I'm totally fine with the balance that you guys have done, and again, there's a lot of, and none of it's really weighted so heavily that it skews it a lot. I mean, my county, we weren't open to settlement till 1864, you know, or, I mean, till the 1890s, basically, so we don't have, and by irrigated ag that much, and when we got ready to do irrigated ag, nobody could afford it, and, you know, and so we don't have that much. It's only on the river bottoms and one there. So, you know, and again, the basic question you asked is, you know, is it all right to open up the main stem? And again, I'm fine with that too. We knew that there was going to be a lot of, but I'll remind us all, the first $1 million that we got was spent on the Windy Gap Connectivity Project. And so, you know, dealing with Northern and the rest. And so I'm fine with all of that. I am very concerned about this next question you're going to be bringing this to us on commercial water systems. And us, I don't know that that's what we were working more on raw water supplies and the rest. And so I hate to take it off, I'll save my comments for that, but I'm totally fine with what we're heading to do and on this thing, and I think it's balanced enough that it will be, I hate the word equity too, so, as does Ms.
Again, it is in our policy, so. Geographic.
There we go.
Yep, you guys are doing a great job, thank you so much. My last question was, a lot of the Bill and Ira funding was being talked about. I think you guys allowed some of the applicants to obtain funding to help write those grant applications. Are we still considering that when we consider applicants who may not have the capacity to do that? And if you don't have people to help write those grants, I do have a name of someone who would be great. So just catch me later.
Yeah, so we are continuing our accelerator grant program. That is what we stood up when the bipartisan infrastructure law passed, really noticing that there was a gap in early stage funding so that we were successful in truly using our CFP program to leverage funding. And so we have been looking at what are our low-hanging fruit in any climate of federal funding to continue, and one of which is our accelerator grant program that we would consider across the board for our district. We also want to use that program to leverage state of Colorado funding. So with the advancements in sports betting revenue, with the additional funding that brings, the Water Plan Grant Program is also a great funding source that we can continue to leverage. So that is an area that we anticipate continuing and has been really effective for this funding program in the district as a whole.
I mean, I've done a fair amount of phone calls with project managers across our district, asking them, you know, how can CFP adapt, and most of the conversations, the first answer is please keep the accelerator grants open, so.
And as we move to the action items, I do just want to echo, I think we wanted to be transparent, have this conversation with the board. Every January, we bring administrative recommendations to get that feedback of, this was a new program for the district, we want to have that back and forth with the board, we want to be transparent in terms of how we're running this program. And there are components in the geographic equity targets that we are trying to stay true to the CFP framework that don't lend itself to an empirical model. And those are things like how any particular request aligns with our strategic goals of the district. So there are openings to use this model as a starting point and a guide. And so I just wanted to sort of end with the appreciation of the dialogue and direction that we received today.
Okay. First action item for the board. So Stillwater Reservoir is located in the headwaters of the Bear River in Routt County. It serves about 19 agricultural ditches and is a redundant emergency water source for the town of Yampa. They have had seepage issues in especially their left abutment for a while. And so since 2019, they have been under a fill restriction due to safety concerns. And if you were here in 2022, the board approved a grant of $125,000 to complete the initial engineering, alternatives analysis, feasibility study to solve this seepage issue in the left abutment and reconstruct part of the outlet infrastructure. And so through the last few years, they've completed their alternatives analysis and the grant deliverables and have decided the best avenue moving forward is to construct a blanket drain, filter collar, and stabilize the channel. The Division of Water Resources Dam Safety has been part of the conversation throughout the past few years, reviewing every feasibility study, every alternative analysis, and is currently reviewing the final design. So the applicant is requesting $123,000, which represents about 20% of the total cost of the project. If you add the first project and this project together, and our funding for both projects, that's about 24% of the total project, both phases. Things to remember about this reservoir is that this will ideally remove the fill restriction, which is currently about 1,900 acre feet in a 6,000 acre feet pool. And this reservoir is utilized by these ag users as late season flows. If you are familiar with the Bear River, it's highly administered. And so this is a lifeline for them in the late summer. This is also an opportunity for CFP to see a project come to complete fruition and to provide match funding to a fair amount of state funding and a diverse number of local entities providing funding. And the entity itself has also provided a meaningful contribution towards the project. So all in all, Amy and I see strong multiple benefits here, supporting ag. There's definitely some conservation and efficiency, reducing the seepage, infrastructure upgrade, and supporting the flows of the Bear River. So we are recommending full funding towards this project. Any questions?
I'll make a motion to fund it.
Got a motion from Cover.
I'll second.
Second from Gray. Are there any? So let's just go ahead and vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. Motion passes.
Okay, that was quick. Number 2. The Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation is applying for a grant to replace the drinking water system in the 3 Mile Mobile Home Park. Here's some quick background. If you're not familiar with the Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation, I hope I don't have to say that too many times, it's a long name. They are a 501c3. They're in the Roaring Fork Valley. They have a mission to preserve and create vibrant, diverse, and livable communities in the Roaring Fork Valley. So keeping this mission in mind, in 2023, they purchased the 3 Mile Mobile Home Park. And the idea was a 3-phase project. First, you purchase it. Second, they will complete the necessary infrastructure upgrades so that the residents are more equipped to be able to receive financing to purchase the park from the nonprofit, thus making it a community-owned mobile home park. So they have purchased it. They are at phase 2 right now, and there's a fair amount of infrastructure issues that they have they are dealing with right now. And the total project is quite large. It's about $2.3 million. They're replacing 2 different bridges right now. Emergency vehicles can't get past them. They're replacing their entire sewer system. They're restabilizing 3 Mile Creek, which runs right through the community, and they're replacing the drinking water system. And so when they gave us a call, Amy and I used 3 different lenses lens is to ensure that we were abiding by what the board has advised us in communicating with applicants. The first one is we referred to our framework, the board-approved framework, that states that there is a dedication to supporting drinking water projects that improve water quality for underserved communities. And then we looked at examples that the board has approved in the past few years. The best example I can give is the town of Somerset received a grant that represented 37% of their total cost of their project. And it essentially improved their drinking water system with a filtration system and their storage. Again, another underserved community. And then lastly, we recognize the mobile home park situation right now when it comes to water quality is vast. And what role can CFP play in ensuring that our funds are going to make a difference? And so we set a parameter that we will only support mobile home parks that are publicly owned and or community owned, or working towards being community owned versus privately owned. So with this lens in mind, we dove into the issues that this park is facing. First of all, they have a ferric iron issue. Their ferric iron is tested outside of CDPHE's secondary maximum containment level. All of their distribution piping is made out of galvanized steel, which is currently recommended by CDPHE to be replaced as it has high exposure to lead. Their infrastructure is in the floodplain, and there's a high amount of corrosion that they're experiencing. The water currently is orange, there is dirt in it, you cannot drink it. So the project is gonna re-drill the well, move it out of the floodplain. There's gonna be a new well pump that's above ground instead of underground, underwater. There's gonna be a 10,000 gallon tank to increase chlorination time and service fire protection. And they're gonna replace all of the piping with PVC. So the total cost of the drinking water project, as you'll see up here, is $724,000. So looking at past grants, we recommended that they request $267,000, $217,370. That represents 30% of the total cost of that project. I think the last thing I'll say is that they are looking to complete all of this fall to ensure that they can have cost savings. And so many of the other projects that I mentioned coincide with the drinking water infrastructure upgrades. So if you do them at the same time, it's of benefit. So we're recommending full funding, recognizing that this is straight out of the board approved framework to support underserved communities accessing drinking water that has high water quality, but recognize that the award will be contingent on them securing the last funding amount of $267,000 for the project.
I do want to quickly add that at the time that staff completed our memo, the applicant was in the process of obtaining their letter of support from the Garfield County Board of County Commissioners. That has since come through, so I know we had said in our memo that the award would be contingent on that letter. The Garfield County Board of County Commissioners has provided that letter of support and has included just how they as a county have been working really closely with this mobile home park and have lent a lot of their resources and support for this project. I know Director Beckley could not be here with us today. I believe he has also lent his support for this project and wanted us to mention that today as well.
In absence of Mark being here, you can either let me call on you or we can have the immediate past president take it down. But I did notice Director McGinnis, then Director Hazard, and then Director Monk.
And
Director Cole.
So I looked at this project. This project's kind of the in thing up in the Roaring Fork Valley right now. And we have a lot of mobile home parks. We have a lot of buildings not being derogatory at all. They're usually lower income. The infrastructure, and a lot of them are in need of repair. when I look at our framework, and I'm not sure you're comparing apples to apples, and I just want us to be sure that as we step in, we're broadening, we're kind of seeing mission creep here. My way of reading what you're using to compare, the framework says projects that address drinking water quality for under-resourced communities. So I guess my thought of communities all along were the two examples you mentioned, which are both towns. Somerset and I think Hot Sulphur. This is not a town. They call themselves a community. So I think what's happening now, we're gonna step into what, at least my perception, communities or towns or villages or things like that. This is a project, this is according to their 990, it's just a couple of people that put together a nonprofit. The purpose is they funnel through the nonprofit. And hopefully there's enough money in there for the people that live in the mobile home park, then in turn to go get funding. And they also, if I get your attention here for a second, they also have DEI, you may have seen in the mission statement, for people of color. They're focusing on projects for people of color. I'm not sure, as we had a good discussion about equity in the past, that I don't think we need to be stepping into some of this kind of stuff. It's a national debate right now, but we're opening the door here. I mean, I can give you a lot of really great projects, and they're good people, and they're in need, and they call themselves a community. So help me with what your definition was of a community. Maybe the rest of the board can help me out. I like what they're doing. By the way, they're getting a lot of support. I think that would be important. I think Chevron, is that the one Chevron?
If I can clarify, Scott, you're talking about purchase of two other mobile home parks, and one is in Garfield County and one is in Eagle County, in the Roaring Fork Valley. Those are two other parks that residents have the opportunity of the right to meet or exercise the right of first refusal.
Yes.
Those are two completely separate entities, two separate efforts than what this is.
Okay, and are they called communities? And what?
Well, I mean,
Scott, let me ask you this. Are those two next in line be able to come to us and say, now look, I mean, I got a lot of, I did not anticipate these funds were going to be used for this purpose. Now, my guess is that, okay, if we want to go that way, we've got a lot of people in line that fit these circumstances that are not towns, they're not special districts, and they're charities. And that's what they are, they're self-described charities. I'm just saying, well, I don't know, I made my mind up, I'm just saying we're taking a step into new funding territory.
If I can at least provide my own perspective, and then we'll let the board chime in on that issue as well as others. From my perspective, these are constituents of the River District. They happen to live in a community that is not within a geographic boundary of a town. They do not have a county or government-owned water supply system. They have drinking water that they need within their homes, just as the people in Somerset needed, and we funded. I would argue that although it's called the town of Somerset, Somerset isn't, like, it's a collection of 12, 13, 15 homes, right? But
still has a post office.
There's a post office, okay, well, thank you. I guess my point is, the residents of Somerset deserve or needed our help. We stepped in to help them. These folks need some help. They have, it is a drinking water quality issue. It is an underserved community. In my mind, a community is not made up by a geographic or a political subdivision of the state of Colorado. Our county commissioners in Garfield County, those who appointed Mr. Beckley, are not renowned bleeding hearts, right? But
they're subject to pressure from the local constituents.
They are, and these are their local constituents. And by the way, there are River District constituents too. And so do we not fund them because they don't have the privilege of living within a town boundary? Let me tell you, if this was a private for-profit owner, I would say, no, we don't fund it.
So let me ask you this then. is the next logical step, a subdivision that's underserved subdivisions, a poor subdivision, they're next in line to come up and.
No, we actually funded a water tank, fix in a subdivision in Summit County, and they definitely weren't poor. And we funded that already, okay, so.
I think we had one in Montrose.
Yeah, so, and that, by the way, wasn't a town-owned system, that wasn't a government-owned system, that was a subdivision that needed some help. So we have already funded drinking water improvements in non-government-owned facilities. And that's, I guess my answer is, I think that's what was intended. But you're right, we are very concerned as a staff, we've had this conversation about an overwhelming need that could be coming our way, and how do we handle it, right? And it is something that we can't see the program just completely consumed by drinking water quality issues. And we have been very adamant about that in those situations. There is a fine dance here, and I recognize your concern on that, so.
Now, and the for-profit, but they're using the charity to get it in shape, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong. So the charity was formed to get the occupants of the mobile home park enough infrastructure and enough of an asset to, they then donate that to these individuals who then go to the bank so they can, so eventually it gets into private hands.
It will be owned by the residents of the community.
Which is the only.
Without a government, but it will be owned.
Yes.
Which is similar, honestly, Scott, to an HOA for a subdivision out in unincorporated Mesa County or anywhere else.
Yes.
They own, the HOAs own and maintain the streets, the drinking water, it's the same thing. These people just happen to live in a mobile.
Right, but it's going into private, it's going into private hands.
That's the goal.
Well, that's the goal, sure. And just so we know, it's a charity. I think we're broadening we're gonna be the new bank in town for these kind of projects. And then on top of it, and we've had these discussions, of course, I've had them. But I don't think we ought to be, I don't know what the EEI part of this is, but they have specifics part of their mission statement to form communities of underserved color. So it can't be white, it can be people of color.
But Scott, that's not, there's no zero factor in this, whether it's.
That's why I'm asking. Okay.
I've got, is there any?
Yeah, we had hazard, we had, I'm sorry.
What was the rank?
Yeah, hazard, monitor. And then,
Ms. Hammond?
Thank you. So I'm assuming that the nonprofit did an assessment before they purchased, or not?
They did a preliminary assessment, but essentially, when you purchase a property, and that kind of opens the door for CDPHE to come in, and they were able to identify more of the issues then. So, long story short, they didn't realize how bad the infrastructure was completely until they purchased the property.
And so, one final question. So did they have a budget for infrastructure?
Upon purchasing, I don't know the answer to that. I know Kelly McNicholas Curry is online right now. If she can jump on, she can answer that question. And I can repeat it, Kelly, if you didn't hear that.
Yeah, the hearing from the room is a little tough, so could you please repeat it?
Yeah, Kelly, so did you guys, upon purchasing, where's the volume? Upon purchasing the mobile home park, did you have a budget initially to cover the infrastructure, or was this a future endeavor?
Yeah, this was a future endeavor. So we, responded to the opportunity to help preserve this community so that it wouldn't be sold to a private owner that then would raise the rents and the costs for the folks that live there. And so that is, what the mission of this nonprofit was to help with. We had willing sellers who were a family that owned it for 40 years. And, you know, we're hoping to sell it to someone who would keep it affordable and a mobile home park to maintain the 20 units and families and households that live there. And so through that kind of willing sale, you know, we took out a loan. So we have a low interest loan with a mission-driven lender that the nonprofit has to pay for the purchase of the park. And we've been, you know, endeavoring to keep the rents low and to be able to sell to the residents a higher quality product so that they're able to get low financing for the purchase and to make it, you know, keep it as a resident-owned community.
Okay, thank you, Kelly.
So I follow Director McGinnis's concern, and I didn't realize that we had done Somerset or whatever. Again, I thought we were talking, when we put this program in place, it was raw water systems and the rest, and you know, not necessarily opening the door to delivery of final household water and water systems. I guess I'm all right. I guess I'm a little concerned, as Director McGinnis is that, wow, we just opened up huge can of worms here, huge demand. And again, I guess it probably is legitimate demand. And again, and then the same time in time, I really get really worried about rewarding mismanagement by the entities as in before. My next question of spending 12 years on the Colorado Water and Power Development Authority, how come they're not listed on here, and how come they aren't part of the solution, where they work hand in hand and glove and fist with CDPHE? I'm just really concerned. And again, so then my next concern will be, and again, we're all here, that's why we're having a conversation to provide direction. So is this the down payment, and we have a second grant, a third grant, fourth grant to make this all work? Or is this a one and done, kind of with what you have? So those are my questions and comments, and I'll shut up, thank you.
You can answer those questions and then move on to.
Okay. First of all, we did some preliminary research with DOLA and CDPHE to understand the landscape of need. And when I say understand the landscape of need, it's essentially how many community-owned mobile home parks do we have in our district? And I'm afraid I don't actually have the number on me, but I remember it was only a handful. We were surprised to see that. The other element is that they have preliminary results that a lot of the mobile home parks testing is not as severe as they predicted. So this impending avalanche of applications that are going to come our way is not actually accurate with the facts. So I can report back to the board on the numbers that we did pull. Your other questions, what were they?
Water and Power Development Authority.
Oh, yeah.
Kelly, have you guys talked to the Water and Power Development Authority for funding? And can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We have not. We have obtained other funding from the CWCB to help with the bank stabilization project. And we're trying to align the replacement of, you know, the distribution system with when we have disrupted the creek for the bank stabilization project at the same time. And they gave us about $700,000.
Director Munger, there are often restrictions with the Colorado Water and Power Development Authority, which, as we've done some of our due diligence with CDPHE, I think they have looked to this program as potentially an avenue to fill in some of those gaps where the state revolving fund may not be an option. And so that's something we can certainly check on. But I do want to just, you know, we have taken the thought of precedent setting and what is the scope having a lot of conversations with the Department of Local Affairs and CDPHE to get a better sense of what is the landscape out there. That is why we've spent some time really learning about what is the scope of public-owned mobile home parks, what is the scope of these communities looking for resident-owned community opportunities. And so I do agree with Andy's point, as we have defined, what is community. We do feel like the community funding partnership is meant for all of our constituents. And so I just want to echo that we spend a lot of time thinking through this issue and this project, and can certainly take other questions. Did we have one more from you?
No, that's fine.
Mr. Cole?
I am concerned that we're asked to fund this from our small amount of funding, and Garfield County is not helping to fund it. They have considerably more money than we do. These are their constituents. It seems to be part of the job of the county commissioners is to ensure that their constituents have safe drinking water. That's all I have to say.
Was that on behalf of, Don?
I know what you're saying. So I would recommend that we encourage the development company to challenge Garfield County to match our grants. And Steve's not here, so I apologize for not directing it to Steve directly.
I think that's a great idea to invite the Garfield County Commission to help with the funding, but I just wanted to say that I think this project exactly fits our framework. The framework said that we should fund projects that address drinking water quality for under-resourced communities. That defines this project. It doesn't say under-resourced municipalities, although we have funded those sorts of communities as well. We fund a lot of ag districts and water districts. Those are communities that are not municipalities. So I think that this exactly fits the definition. And when you talk about opening the door to lots of applications, that's what we do. I mean, we talked earlier today about maybe tweaking our guidelines to address aging infrastructure owned by private farmers and ranchers. That would be opening the door really wide for a need that's important. I support doing that, but this is the door we opened when we passed the framework. We said drinking water quality is important. This money that we get from our constituents should go back to fund those drinking water quality issues in communities that need them. So I can't see how this project doesn't fit. They have other resources there on the table. I think the amount is appropriate. I think some push to the Garfield County Commissioners is great, but I don't think we should hold up our funding because of that. So I'm a strong supporter here.
Mr. Brennan?
I'm on the fence with this one because it's not a critical water quality issue. They're all secondary standards. Yeah, you might want to do your whites a little bit differently, but there are point of use that people can do as well. There are other alternatives for that. But is this a public drinking water supply? Because it doesn't state this, and it is 100 people. And if it is a public drinking water supply, there would have been a report issued on that public drinking water supply that would have outlined these issues to whoever would be purchasing this, to know that this is going to be something they're going to need to address. I don't see that referenced in here. That might be a question for the young lady that's online, if she's seen that consumer confidence report, because I don't see it and I haven't found it. And if it's 100 people, why is it not a public drinking water supply system with an old well with treatment being sold to these people? And then it would need to have a certified drinking water operator to make sure that system is operating correctly.
Yeah,
I don't see any of that addressed.
Sorry, I'll let Kelly jump in after me. I do want to remind you of Senate Bill 23-1257, which essentially allowed and mandated CDPHE to go in and complete testing of water quality, primary and secondary containment levels, and then require the park owners to complete a remediation plan to improve the system. So this was created for a reason in that they realized that these mobile home parks were not being checked up on by CDPHE enough. And so I think the purchase of the mobile home park is what opened the gates for their eyes on this. Kelly, would you mind jumping in to Al's question that asked if this is a public water source and why it has not been held up to the standards, especially previous to you purchasing, or your nonprofit purchasing the park?
Sure. And I might actually defer to our engineer with Roaring Fork Engineering, because I'm not confident I'm going to get the language correct as far as the appropriate exemption that our water system exists under. And so Maggie, I don't know if you can jump on to answer that question, but you know, this is, we don't fall under the standard of a public drinking water system. We are required to do monthly water quality testing and reporting to CDPHE to meet their standards. And, you know, we have designed the system to address the issues that we've identified, to address the improvements to quality, and to move the whole system out of the floodplain, which it currently exists in now. I don't.
You said Maggie McHugh is on line to perhaps provide an answer to Director Vandenbrink.
She is, but I'm not sure if she's having issues with audio. So let me see if I can get her.
Maybe while we wait on Maggie, one of the opportunities or options with mobile home parks is trying to connect to a public water supply. And I know Melissa I'll get the figures wrong, but we did, you know, work on exploring that question of had they looked at that option, and it is quite expensive, so I'll let Melissa follow up with those numbers.
Yeah, they looked into it, and it's about $5 to $6 million to hook up to the system. And the city was also resistant to do that because they'd be at the end of the system, which requires
additional monitoring.
a lot more, yeah.
But USDA can also come in and help this program out. This is what USDA does for rural development with underprivileged as well, or below median household income. So, and I don't know if they've been approached or they're not on the list, and that can be a process as well, but
right.
It's a process that I've finally gone through. I've gone through it several times now, so.
I think too, it's a bit of an emergency mode. They cannot drink their water. There's dirt in it, literally, and orange. And their pump went out a couple weeks ago. The list goes on, so they can't really wait right now. Would it have been better? The private landowner did the preventative work, absolutely, but this is where we're at.
Who said yours? I was somewhere else, sorry.
I think I'm on the lines about this project too. While I think maybe there's a potential for funding, I would like them to go out and do more research and talk to the county again and do talk to USDA, you know, and potentially come back. It's a large amount of funding. I do think it opens doors for other HOAs or other entities, and I just want to be really aware of that. So I just wanted to take a moment to express where I'm at in my thinking as well.
We've got the engineer on the line. I can't read your name.
It's actually Kelly Nicholas Curry has her hand up.
Okay. Well, go ahead, ma'am.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think Maggie was rejoining to get her audio to work and answer your questions. I do just want to again point out that, you know, we have been seeking grant monies first, because any loans that we have to take for these improvements will reduce the amount of loan that the residents can take to purchase and own the park while keeping it affordable for them. And so that has been the broader strategy and some of the reasons why we haven't at this point pursued financing for this type of project is because we're hoping that we can raise the funds needed through grants, and then we can sell the park to them, and that is the loan that they will take out. Because they will have to take out a loan to purchase it from us so that we can pay back the loan we took out to buy the park. So it's a bit of this three-phase strategy that Melissa presented. And, you know, Garfield County has been very, very supportive of our project, not so much in contributing dollars, but they took a huge leap to enroll in a statewide program for affordable housing that puts requirements on the county for land use standards, you know, for delivery of a number of units of affordable housing. It's the Prop 123 fund that we successfully applied for earlier this year. And so I don't want the absence of any financial commitment to be construed as a minimal support, because that was a huge approval for them to take on additional administrative and policy burden for us to advance this project. And so Maggie is here to answer the drinking water systems questions.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry, I was having a hard time hearing. If you could repeat those questions.
Alden, you had particular questions.
About its,
Number of people.
Yes, one, if this is a system of 100 people roughly, as I understand, is this a public water supply? Does it have a public water supply ID within the state of Colorado?
Yes. Yep, it's a public drinking water system.
Thank you, that's a good step. How about having the consumer confidence report that was available to the purchasers so if they were aware of some of these issues prior to purchasing, so that, I mean, that's public awareness is what this is supposed to be. And the constituents that live there would be aware of the water quality issues as well.
So the consumer confidence report only addresses primary drinking water standards. As Melissa pointed out, one of the major issues that this community is facing is related to a secondary drinking water standard, which is the ferric iron, which is a direct impact from corrosion within the piping within the system. So that would not be something that would be reflected on the CCR.
Thank you. And the system also talks about adding chlorination, so there's some sort of a treatment being added to it? Will there need to be a for a certified state water operator to monitor and maintain that system?
Yes, so they do have a certified state water operator on board right now, and there is chlorine added at the wellhead. Because of the age of the system, they're grandfathered in, there's not adequate contact time for an actual 4-log virus removal. So with any kind of change with the water system, we have to bring all components up to modern standards with CDPHE. So as part of this project, that water tank will now supply the adequate contact time.
Good, you checked 3 good boxes there, thank you.
Thank you, Maggie.
Yep.
I think one thing I'd like to reiterate and maybe provide more detail is they are also in a bit of a time crunch. So Director Chavez, I saw on your page that it would have been great if they had more time to look at other funding opportunities, but they're looking to complete the entire project this fall. Not to get in too much of the details, but the bridge and the piping needs to go together at the same time as long as the sewer system. And so the idea is that if they do it all at one time, they will have cost savings and the projects are intertwined. And so,
questions to the engineer?
Yeah, you need to ask the question, Mrs. Cover.
Well, if
You need
Becky
to
has
speak
a
up.
question for the
You have to
engineer,
speak up.
she should go first if she has.
I don't have a question for the engineer, I have one for Amy.
I didn't see her.
Is there a possibility that they could go on the water system that serves, like there's a school really close by and a gas station across the street? I don't think they all have wells, there must be.
That's the city that it's the city of Glenwood Springs, they are outside the city. The city has said it would cost at least $6 to $7 million to hook up to the city. And the city is not interested in doing it because the extension of the line up 3 Mile into the park is so long that it will require additional testing by the city and additional maintenance.
And the school is not.
The city is on, the school is on the city's line. It is not as close as you think it is. It is.
It's good, yeah, okay, fine, thank you. Yeah, any other question for you? Would funding this project open the door? I mean, haven't we already opened the door in our framework saying please apply if you're an under-resourced community with drinking water quality? I'm just curious as to what the downside would be to funding this project that fits our criteria.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Director Chandler Henry, I think that echoes to the 3 points that Melissa, and I can have her repeat those just at the outset of as we looked at this and had these same questions of, does this fall within our guidelines? And we do this with every project to try and stay true to our CFP framework of, you know, what other communities have we funded from this lens of underserved communities and providing drinking water support. And we have examples, we have the direction in our CFP framework. We've done the due diligence to try and get a better handle of, okay, what is the magnitude of these communities that are owned publicly or in these situations where they have a nonprofit in support of obtaining a resident-owned community. So it might help, Melissa, if you want to repeat just the lens of which we started reviewing this project, because we agree we've spent some time in thinking about, there are other examples out there, and I want to be clear that, you know, I do think there are some additional mobile home parks in similar situations that would continue to meet our guidelines. We've also wanted to have a handle, just like many drinking water systems, we have to be mindful that our base funding is $4.2 million. What does that look like? So maybe I'll have you just repeat the initial outset of how we looked at this.
Yeah, so the first is the framework. We've talked about this a few times, but this is our guide. This is board approved, supporting drinking water projects that improve water quality for underserved communities. Under-resourced communities. Thank you, Andy. And then the second is examples. The town of Somerset, we provided a grant that covered 37% of their total cost of their project. This request is below that at 30%. We also supported other communities, including Hot Sulphur Springs, in improving their redundant water source.
And two of the other projects that Andy alluded to was a community in Summit County, Buffalo Mountain, that had a corroded water storage tank that we helped support, along with a similar situation in the town of Minturn, helping them replace their corroded storage tanks. And those were early on in the program, so I know some directors may not have been there when we approved those awards.
We might have to do like a roadshow and go through every grant. Wouldn't that be fun?
No.
And then the last is just supporting mobile home parks that are publicly owned and or moving to be resident-owned. Sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Gregg?
Well, it clearly falls within the framework, but all projects that fall within the framework don't get approved because of the specifics of the applicant, how much skin they have in the game, what's their core planning to begin with. I'm on the fence as well, and I agree with Sonia. They haven't investigated other funding sources that seem to be go-to funding sources. I'm not convinced that there was much forethought gone into it. It was sort of a feel that let's buy that thing and find some money and we'll save the world. And I'm not convinced that that's the kind of projects we should fund. I'm not ready, I'll say I'm not ready right now to vote yes. I'm ready to maybe reconsider after there's been some more applications made. And they don't have primary health factors in their water, from what I'm reading, as secondary. They should come. I've lived on a well that has iron in it for 40 years. It doesn't feel good. It makes your t-shirts dry. But the pump's gone and there's dirt in the water. I mean, that's just maintenance. And I guess I'm just not ready. I'm not ready to say yes now. I'm not saying no, but I think we should be careful, if we're gonna open the door to this, the things that fit within the framework, which this does, but not look critically at each applicant, then we are opening the door. So that's where I'm at.
Mr. McGinnis?
Yeah, well, and what I meant by people in line next is what if Catholic Charity shows up? Their primary goal here is to keep private owner from selling it to a private developer. So they have affordable housing. So this is being driven by affordable housing, not to improve water for the residents, but this is part of the effort for that. Catholic Charities is a very significant operation. It's obviously not charitable in Grand Junction. What if they come to us? And a lot of people in the community help them out. I mean, that's where I think we're gonna, I think we're getting a little out of our lane. Granted, I guess the interpretation of communities is different between the two of us. But I can assure you that when I was out trying to get, with all the rest of everybody in this room, that tax passed, I don't think any of my constituents I talked to had in mind that we would be going, one, funding projects to make sure private hands can't sell, or somebody privately can't buy it. Two, that we're going into affordable housing. I don't know, I think we're getting out of our lane, and this is a good, all these projects, by the way, what I used to say in Congress, people would come to me, I said, they never came to me with good and bad projects. Those were easy to figure out. They came to me with good and good projects. So anything that comes to us up on this screen is gonna have good, and it's a good cause, but is that the lane we really sold this tax on, and is this? I'm just struggling with that, I really am, and then when you throw in the PEI part of it, then I think we're way out of our lane. I'm struggling. Anyway, that's all I'm done.
I need to say a couple of things here, I'm going to give you all a good chance. You've got 2 or 3 dips as well, so this is a real change that's coming to the state of Colorado in regards to community-owned mobile home parks. It's a serious problem in the state of Colorado. I don't think they went about it correctly, but it's here. And these folks are being encouraged to do these kind of things. I think where we're at today with the Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation being involved, it gives us a lot more security that we're doing something that follows along with what we've done. We're not stepping in and putting money into something people have a hope of doing. This is something that's going to happen. And when our staff comes to us and says, look, this is an emergency program, we have funded a number of emergencies around this table, regardless if it was drinking water, irrigation water, and we've even put in some sprinkler systems. This is one where it fits, in my mind, what we've tried to do in regards to improving health and safety, the drinking water quality of people in our district and our constituents. It's something new and different we haven't done probably, but we have done it for communities that have a post office. And help we might just put in for a zip code, right? But what I'm trying to get at is that we've tried to be able to look at situations and see where we could help, how we could help, and when we could help. And it seems like we have found one right here that's different than what we funded, but it fits those 3 things. We can make a difference in some lives in this district, and particularly in the Roaring Fork. Those kind of facilities are really, really important to the communities that they serve. I think that Garfield County has probably gone out as far as most any other county would in starting to get qualified on 123 money and all those kind of things. So more than likely there will be some help from Garfield before they're done. But this is one where, this one seems to fit where the state of Colorado wanted to go. The state of Colorado's got some money in it. when you start looking at who's stacked up here, we're at, what you say, 30%? But it puts this one well on its way to improving the bridges, the sewer, the water, all done at one time. And every one of us has seen projects that we've tried to put together so that we save dollars on the tail end, so that they were all done in sequence and done at the right time. You know, I like the idea that we're looking at these kind of programs, because they're real, and they're right here in this district, in our district. You know, it happens to be in Garfield County now, but it could be in any one of our communities right away. So this could be as bad an example as you can find, because these folks' water is shut off. I mean, hell. I'm sorry. If your water's shut off, you got a problem. And this is a bigger problem than what we're even talking about here today. I know some of you are on the fence, but I'm gonna be a yes. Kerry?
Kevin, I agree with Mr. Monger. I would like to see them reach out to the Colorado Resources Power Development Authority. I know that that's a resource that helps these communities. A couple things about this. Population of Somerset is 50 people. I, years ago, had the unfortunate circumstance of trying to address a similar problem in a community that I lived in Van Corum, outside of Natarita. It's a former uranium mining town, and we had a well stuck in the river in a pond and a bunch of leaky, rusted pipes, and I was the only one there that could operate it, and it was an incredible pain in the butt to do, and I tried everything I could do to find dollars to help this community, that's what it was like 35 of us in these cabins, and it was extremely difficult to find money. And so I do sympathize with where these folks are and the issue of having contaminated water. We couldn't drink our water. You barely wanted to touch it on certain days. So I understand the issue. The other way I think about this is that there's 100 people on a ditch company that was irrigating and came to us and said, our pipe blew out, we have 100 water users on a ditch company, and it's $724,000 to put in, a mile of pipe. I don't know if any credit agencies wouldn't just stamp that, so I'm a yes on that. I think it's a worthwhile project. I do, again, want them to reach out to the Water Resources Power Development Authority.
Yes, thank you, Director Catlin, and you're so well spoken, I really appreciate your words, I think they're great, and I just sort of wanted to tag on to what Director Dennison was saying. We talked earlier today about these small ditch companies, small irrigators who don't have capacity to organize and write grants and to get funding, and we are sympathetic towards them as we should be. I sense some frustration with this community, like why haven't we done more? I don't think about more funding. I think that's also a capacity issue here, and that our grant can help build that capacity within this community.
Senator, would you like a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation of our senators.
Got a motion by Jacoby, second by Dennison.
Mr. President, can we have a discussion after the motion?
Yeah.
Amy, is there a path forward? Because I am on the fence. I think there's some of the things I said I'd like to see, I would like to see. Is there a path forward here where if we don't pass this, but it is critical to get a decision made before our October meeting, is there a path forward where we could do a phone call meeting? Is that an option? Because I might vote no, especially I would vote no if I knew that we had a chance for them to explore some other options and to get a little comfort with their ability to actually make this happen. So, is there any options there? I guess there is, but is that practical?
Yeah, Director Gray, I just want to say, I think both Melissa and I appreciate the good questions, the board discussion. This helps us better evaluate projects. So I just want to welcome everything that we've heard. I think, they do still have a gap in funding. So some of the recommendations, if we want to have more outreach to Garfield County and the Colorado Water and Power Development Authority can help with that gap. I think, there have been times where we have approved awards with contingencies of wanting to see that outreach. So for example, we could have approved this award contingent that they received their Garfield County letter. They have already done that. So I think that's an option. I do know that timing is a consideration that Melissa has mentioned. But I hope that maybe helps answer your question.
I would just recommend, given the likelihood of a split vote, if we could have a roll call vote, so that we have this recorded properly. When you're ready to call vote, Stephanie's gonna walk through the process.
Okay, just Mr. Martinez?
I'm just wondering if we should defer this vote. There is some philosophical issue, not problem, just, there's a legitimate philosophical differences here. I'm not sure they're gonna get ironed out in the next week or two, but those are there. There was a need for more information about a few things, other funding sources and a couple other things. I wonder if we just not vote today, put it 2 weeks on this, get us a report back from the staff about the follow-up that we've discussed. And then maybe, then at that point, consider how we move forward on this. But I'd like to give these guys a chance to do a little more work, both staff as well as the applicants.
From staff's perspective, I would say, their construction schedule is this fall. This board will not act in time to provide the funding for them. The mobilization costs alone are absurd to try to put the pipelines in and the water system in, apart from the bridging and all the other work. We're trying to do it all at once, have their horizontal construction done at once. I think we would be failing. I think the request is in the nature of an emergency grant request, similar to what we've done with ditch companies when they blow out, they have a problem, they have it lined up. Recognizing it's not perfect, all of the other funding sources we talked about would take 6 months to a year to get those funds, if not 3 years with USDA. You can, Al could probably speak to that better than I can, but so my experience is that's not, while those are ideal, they're not realistic in this situation. And so I would just ask the board to honor the applicant's request and the staff's recommendation and vote on it. And we understand if you vote it down, that's the way it is. But it will at least allow the applicant to move on and try to figure out how to handle it.
Yeah, thanks.
So if we vote it down, does that keep them from coming back?
They can come back in October, and at which point, again, we would be adding cost to their project.
But I think you've heard from the board that there may be an openness to be able to convene or to vote by email, if that was possible.
We cannot vote by email.
We cannot vote by email.
We can do a conference call. I guess I don't understand what question they have an answer. That is a timely question that they can actually get funding for. Because
I would like to see their finances. I would like to see their budgets to see.
Melissa, can you present the finances, please?
You would like to see their budget, is that what you said?
Yeah, just the nonprofit's budget, to be able to know that, when they took on this project, did they have the ability to provide a significant amount of financing, or was it all recognized? So I think there's also some other, they don't have all the money, right? They don't have all the money to start.
So we don't have a rule that says you can't come back. Some entities do that, right?
We do not.
Right, so I'm just agreeing.
They do have funds committed from all the other partners, right?
But there's some commercial
Do you want to know?
Guys, give us a moment here, so you can get this figured out, and we'll
Okay.
move forward.
Committed funds, let's see. Okay, Colorado Division of Housing has provided a $196,000 grant that is confirmed.
Listen, can I ask you, Director Chavez, you asked the questions.
Sorry.
You guys,
Okay.
please.
So I'm hearing two questions. We want to know the budget and we want to know what's been confirmed for funding, right? So the Colorado Division of Housing has provided $196,000.
My question was on the nonprofits' annual budget and income and
Oh,
expenses and the ability to manage fund help with a project like this to ensure to take it to fruition.
Do we want Kelly to respond to that?
Hey Kelly, do you mind commenting on your nonprofit's general budget structure and your ability to take on this loan and general infrastructure upgrade expenses?
Sure. Yeah, so, thinking about the nonprofit and what we are endeavoring to do right now, we have sort of three different budgets operating here. We have one that is our park operating budget. So that is the budget where our rents come in and our expenses for maintenance and accounting and legal and property management and tree mitigation and things like that go out. We have our nonprofit budget as well, which is, very lean. Our nonprofit essentially pays for, our legal services, our audit, my salary is part-time. I'm the only staff. The fundraising that we do, the organizing that we pay for in order to work with the residents and build their capacity to self-organize, to manage the property when they take it over, and to be prepared to take on financing. And then we have the third budget, which is this construction budget for the $2.3 million full construction project. And we have raised private donations. We have raised funds from foundations in Colorado. We have raised institutional grants from the Division of Housing, the CWCB, the Colorado River Basin Roundtable, Pickett County Healthy Rivers and Streams, the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, among others, to help pay for the pre-development and development costs for this kind of 5-phased infrastructure improvement project that we're hoping to do, and to which we're only coming to you for the drinking water element of that under the criteria that your framework has listed. And so, again, you've heard about how we're trying to align all this funding and timing. We've been very successful in fundraising for this infrastructure project. We do have a bit of a gap. We are, looking at, is there ways to rephase this project, to put off different scopes of the project into future years. We have committed, quite a lot of the money, and are trying to just raise that last bit of gap. So the money you would consider dedicating today would be good money after other good money.
I think that's a helpful point, Kelly, just this is a much larger project, and the funding sources we have shown are just for the drinking water components, because we have certainly isolated that our funding is not equipped to help with the bridge repair and the road repair. That is all external funding that we haven't even shown in our memo. This is just for the drinking water components.
Yeah, that's right. And the drinking water component is in significant need, and there are timing considerations with being able to drill the new well and being able to do all the appropriate testing that takes many, many months before we can actually bring that online. The roads are already going to be ripped up to lay down the sewer distribution pipes, and we're hoping to do the same with the water. And so, absent this funding, I'm open to all funding sources. Quite honestly, our big funding push has been for the last 7 months. I've raised, 1.8+ million in the last 7 months for this. And so I'm happy to call everybody and anybody and ask, you know, for all the help that we can get for these improvements. And yes, we do have a timing consideration that is a constraint for us. But you know, if you have identified sources that you think could pivot quickly to contribute to any element of the scope of work that I've talked about, you know, I am always ready and willing to go talk to people and identify how our request aligns with your mission, which is what I think we're asking for today.
Okay,
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
thank you, ma'am.
Question.
Okay, call for the question, we'll vote.
Stephanie, if you could do a roll call vote, please.
Alan Vandenbrink,
Yes.
Gary Dennison,
Yes.
Doug Munger,
Yes.
Francie Jacober,
Yes.
Gary Martinez,
Yes.
Kathy Chandler Henry,
Yes.
Mark Catlin,
Yes.
Mark Rober,
Yes.
Reed Hazard,
Yes, but I am uncomfortable with that decision.
Scott McGinnis,
No.
Sonia Chavez, Tom Gray.
Reluctantly, yes.
10 yes, 2 no.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate you.
Good discussion, though.
Yeah.
No, and I think as staff, this helps make our program stronger, so we appreciate it.
Thank you very much for the discussion, for the comments. Commissioner Curry. Thank you, Kelly, appreciate it. I believe this is the last item on the agenda for the evening. If I can, just a matter of, pull it out. We have a dinner, which is across Highway 40 here at the Fontenot Seafood Grill, starting at 6 o'clock. That's 26 minutes from now. So if you care to go back to the hotel, you're welcome to, but restaurant and bar right over there across the street.
Okay. So, we'll adjourn until tomorrow morning at 8:30. So, we all accept this?